Chapter 1036. He used his sharp fangs to devour the enemy from the inside. He used his venom to corrode the enemy's heart, liver, spleen, and stomach. He used vicious spells to destroy the enemy's energy core. He rose from the spirit-binding tower and ran all the way to Barzub's chest, riding on the face of the Lord of Hell. The tactics named Nihult will forever be recorded in the War Manual of the Scale of Perpetual Order. The War Manual of the Scale of Perpetual Order, Nihult Chapter, allowing Barzub to break free from the chains of the Dragonhead Warhammer. Keyes stretched out his hand and took back the terrible weapon. The Insect Lord was in so much pain that he almost went crazy. The pain caused by the prism creature created by the spirit of the spirit-binding tower had not disappeared, and a new pain was arranged without stopping. Moreover, the pain this time was far more painful than the previous one. It was really like alien breaking out of the body. The hand that Keyes placed in the insect's body tore his chest, crushed his sternum, and broke out of the cocoon. The giant rust-colored steel mouth tore open Barzub's chest, and a beating heart was in its mouth. The rusty color was dyed by the blood and flesh of the Lord of Hell. As the big head shook twice, the clockwork Megalosaurus finally showed some of its original color. You will burn in the fury of the Megalosaurus. You will drown in the burning acid. You will beg for a quick death in the putrid swamp. You will fall apart in the merciless thunder prison. You will definitely perish in the cold wind. The familiar battle cry resounded in every corner of the world. During Keyes' second expedition to the front line of the bloody war, the clockwork Megalosaurus that he won from the god of virtual games, Stim, appeared in the battlefield of the Ash world. With Keyes' expeditions over the years, although the energy core that powered the clockwork Megalosaurus was still the phantom dragons, their number had reached an astonishing number. Among them, there were nearly 10 phantom dragons that had reached the legendary level or were close to the age of the ancient dragons. They spared no effort to instill soul power, and the body of the clockwork Megalosaurus suddenly became noisy. A layer of cold frost began to appear on the armor plate made by Bartholomew, tightly sealing the violent energy in the body. The iconic clockwork on its back had also changed from 1 to 3. When the clockwork Megalosaurus broke out of Barzub's body, they began to quickly twist and wind. The multi-stroke engine at its core, named after Moradin, the Lord of the Dwarves, also began to burn the refined black oil collected from all over the Ash world. With the help of the spring taken from the mechanical realm legend Duoyuan Demon Grave, the surging heat energy was converted into potential energy, waiting for a certain moment to erupt. Amidst the screeching of gears, the scales of the clockwork Megalosaurus assembled and combined, turning into countless chainsaws that were constantly spinning at high speed. When it crawled out, it did not need to do anything else, and just relied on these chainsaws to directly tear a large amount of the flying insect overlord's flesh and blood. With a loud pop and a large amount of the demon overlord's tainted blood splashing everywhere, this terrifying legendary constructed monster finally ejected out of Barzub's chest. The armor plates on its 2 ribs suddenly opened, and hot steam gushed out, making a sound similar to a steam whistle. Walala, the clockwork Megalosaurus shook and even spread out the folded alloy wings on its back. When the light of the eternal blaze at the top of the sky shone on it, it would emit a fluorescent brilliance. In a sense, the clockwork Megalosaurus, after several upgrades and modifications, could now be regarded as a prism Megalosaurus construct. The eternal blaze could replenish its energy under the combined effect of magic and technology. Although there were many energy supply systems in its body, the construct did not appear to be bloated in any way. Its slender neck, sharp and powerful claws, and the mechanical armor plates all over its body made it more in line with the aesthetics of the Megalosaurus. At the same time, its physical strength was even more shocking. Activate the assault mode. When the clockwork Megalosaurus crawled out of Barzub's body, the 3 springs on its back were all wound up. As the mechanical voice device implanted in its body broadcasted a message, the colossal automaton also revealed its terrifying side. This was also its ultimate move. Like climbing on a wall, the clockwork Megalosaurus tapped lightly on the true body of the insect lord and the prism creature that was desperately trying to bind it. Then, it wriggled its way to Barzub's head. Compared to the true body of the Lord of Hell or the prism creature that the spirit of the soul-binding tower had transformed into, the clockwork Megalosaurus was perhaps smaller in size, but its movements were more agile. It stretched out its pair of powerful front claws and grabbed the insect lord's head. Then it showed a human-like, malicious smile. "I'm sorry." The clockwork Megalosaurus roared in the language of Megalosaurus. Then it straightened its neck. Steel drill spit. It opened its mouth wide, and a tongue that looked like Xenomorph's internest tooth shot out of its throat. This tongue was completely molded and pieced together by a very strong alloy. As the clockwork Megalosaurus spit, it smashed the insect lord's closed teeth and shot its tongue into Barzub's throat. This was connected to the tongue. In addition to cutting and piercing, each segment of the tongue had its own function. It could either release lightning, spit acid, shoot blazing flames, or simply have other Megalosaurus spitting ability. The clockwork Megalosaurus steel drill spit was not only equivalent to giving Barzub a gastroscopy, but it also used the dragon's breath to destroy Barzub's body, which was already riddled with holes. Riding on the insect lord's face, the clockwork Megalosaurus gave it a very deep and terrifying kiss. Even though Barzub had lived for more than hundreds of thousands of years, from the scorching Templar to the fallen angel to the Lord of Hell, he had never enjoyed such a treatment. This kiss almost took away half of the Lord of Hell's life. At this moment, his huge, slug-like body was emitting grayish-black smoke from every pore. Most of his organs were dehydrated, oxidized, and even burned to ashes. Naturally, his body could no longer secrete even a little bit of mucus. He had become numb and scabby and was no longer as round as before. Chapter 10:37. Through the combination of eagle eye and magic mirror, the Nephremon Dis was hovering in the skies of the Ashen world. Apart from the paladin Jensen, who was leading his team to fight another archdevil incarnation, the rest of the higher-ups of the scale of perpetual order were watching the live broadcast intently. "It's done." When they saw the flying insect archdevil being crushed by Dragon Ride, the ogre Gourmet Blue, the general manager of the logistics department of the scale of perpetual order, immediately let out an excited cry. His shout also ignited the emotions of everyone present. After all, the success of the Megalosaurus surprise attack had practically sealed the victory of the battle. The Megalosaurus was made of steel, clockwork, gears, and a series of mechanical structures. It was like an octopus clinging onto Barzub's face, as if it had turned into a pile driver. Its steel drill spit pierced into the flying insect Overlord's face again and again. Soon, the Overlord's face and brain were mixed together. Even if it was a powerful archdevil, such an attack would definitely be considered a heavy blow. Although it wouldn't die immediately, it would take a long time for it to recover. Moreover, how could Keyes give it the chance to recover? In fact, after the Megalosaurus had completed the Nihult tactic and successfully used Dragon Ride, the golem had also joined in the attack. Supreme Magic Limit, Thieving Magic, Supreme Magic Duplication, Spell Expansion. With the help of the complete mice energy core within the golem, Keyes directly used 2 relatively unorthodox legendary spells. They complemented each other, and as soon as the casting ended, Keyes cast multiple thieving magic. In an instant, a secret box popped out from the golem's shoulder, revealing blank secret scrolls, hidden within. These scrolls were tanned with multiple layers of pit fiend skin, mixed with mithril threads to increase the efficiency of mana flow. There were no dazzling light effects. When Quess's magic theft took effect, a blob of black ink appeared on each scroll out of thin air. It dripped onto the secret scrolls, and magically, it automatically rendered magic circles. It should be said that the effect of these legendary spells was to strip the spell of the highest level from the target's body. Because Keyes had used spell expansion on thieving magic, the effect was to strip away some of the defensive spells that Barzab had prepared in order from high to low level. Perfect Resurrection, Owos Broken Phylactery, Great Cloning, Super Magic Explosion, Planar Collapse, Barzab's Ascension. All in all, there were powerful spells such as Life-Saving, Counterattack, Seed Explosion, and so on. They were all stolen from the insect lord by thieving magic in the form of secret scrolls and stored in another way. Quess was familiar with most of these spells, but there was a small portion that he had never heard of. It was very likely that Barzab had invented them himself to be used at certain times as a trump card. I knew it would be like this. Keyes was not at all surprised that the insect lord still had so many secrets on him even after suffering such a terrible blow. In fact, if he had not already calculated this in his heart, he would not have used such an extremely rare legendary spell like thieving magic at the beginning. Moreover, if it were a spellcaster who did not have a mice energy core, even if they had thought of this, they would not be able to squander their power extravagantly like Kith. They would not be able to create more than a dozen thieving magic in one breath to madly steal. In fact, the word plunder might be more appropriate, and when the spell's effect was over, they would add another one. When Barzab was bombarded by Megalosaurus steel drill breath because there was no way to heal his cracked brain, Keyes had been repeatedly using thieving magic and spell expansion. It was not until this legendary spell began to strip away some spells within the ninth circle that Keyes stopped squandering the energy of the Mythic core. At this time, due to the large-scale use of energy, part of the energy released from the body of the exquisite golem had begun to make the adamantine on the surface of the golem slightly red. The air of his incarnation had been heated to a certain extent and had produced a red shift. After stealing a large number of Barzab's trump cards, Keyes had more than 100 secret scrolls floating around him. He waved his hand and gathered all these scrolls together, then stuffed them back into the secret box in his body, properly storing them away. In the future, whether it was to be sold in Sigil City or kept for research on the scale of Perpetual Order, these secret scrolls would be an immeasurable amount of wealth. However, now was not the time to think about these problems. He still had to concentrate on managing this Barzab's funeral. With a soft click, the switch of the secret box closed, and all the scrolls inside were sent into the depths of the exquisite golem's body. Immediately after, Keyes took the dragon head warhammer and knocked 3 times on the chest of his golem incarnation. Supreme magic limit, gigantification. In the blink of an eye, the exquisite golem was like a flesh and blood creature blessed by the gigantification spell, and its body rapidly increased in proportion. Logically speaking, the gigantification spell was very difficult to have an effect on a construct like a golem. This was because the essence of this spell was actually to turn the magic energy into matter and fill the body of the creature, and then achieve the effect of increasing the size of the body. On the other hand, if the construct was affected by the giant enlargement spell, it meant that the spell's energy wasn't enough to create enough mechanical matter out of thin air. Secondly, if the proportion of the mechanical structure in the construct was increased, some parameters, such as their work efficiency, would change, and the entire construct might not be able to function normally. However, these problems were not a problem for the exquisite golem, because it had a mice energy core as its energy core. Keyes' golem incarnation had an abundant amount of energy, If the magic energy contained in the gigantification spell was not enough to support the increase in size, then he could use his own energy to supplement it. And because the exquisite golem's body was almost solid, and its interior was filled with a mixture of liquid adamantine and mithril, they could transform into any kind of mechanical structure at any time. And as the golem's body increased, these mechanical structures could also be adjusted accordingly. So even after being affected by the gigantification spell, the exquisite golem could still operate normally. In the end, when the exquisite golem's body stopped growing, its originally over 20 feet tall body had become a towering giant, standing in front of the true body of the insect, Lord Barzub. It could also look at him as an equal. In order to adapt to this change, the dragon head warhammer hammer also became bigger and was held in Keys's hand like a small mountain. "Please allow me." Keys raised the warhammer above his head with both hands, and a crack appeared on the liquid metal surface of the exquisite golem's face, as if it was grinning. "Let me give you the strongest sound of the funeral overture." As he spoke, Keys swung the warhammer at the insect lord's sluggish body. He dodged the megalosaurus that was lying on Barzub's face, but he did not care about the prism monster that was tightly wrapped around Barzub's body, created by the soul-binding pagoda's spirit. It looked like a cross between Lindiria and the Metal Eater. Of course, the latter did not really care, and the soul-binding pagoda's spirit was very open-minded about this. Therefore, when Keys's dragon head warhammer smashed Barzub's body into an L shape, and even the prism monster that was wrapped around him was directly smashed into two, the soul-binding pagoda's spirit was still extremely excited, as if it was not its body that was injured. "Smash that guy into a pulp. Quick, quick, quick. Ha ha ha. The fall of the Lord of Hell is today." Chapter 1038. Asterisk smack. Smack, smack. Asterisk the hammer was like a meteor, the sound reverberating in the air. It was not easy for Keys to find an opportunity to beat up a drowning dog, so he went all out and did not show any mercy. Even though the flying insect lord was in the form of a slug, and normal blunt force damage could not harm its true body, how could the damage caused by Keys's dragon head hammer be ordinary? The force of each blow was so great that it could even destroy a large piece of Barzub's flesh on a molecular level. In the eyes of others, the head of the dragon head hammer seemed to have a miniature black hole, and every time it smashed, it would viciously bite and devour a part of the Lord of Hell's body. However, Keys was unable to accurately control the position of each blow. The prismatic monster created by the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda to bind this giant slug inevitably suffered some blows from its allies, but it did not care. Good hit. Harder. Hit its weak spot below the navel. The physical pain had somewhat affected its mental state, and it began to yell to relieve the pain. This made Keys somewhat unhappy, and he was considering if he should accidentally miss once and hit the prismatic monster's skull, thus returning peace to this world. However, he chose to forgive it in the end. After all, the act of beating up my teammate was really damaging to one's character. Moreover, it was not worth it to become enemies with the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda over such a small matter. Thus, Keys continued to focus on his mission of beating up the minced meat, and he pretended not to hear the shameful nonsense that the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda was shouting due to the imbalance of its senses. At the same time, in order to increase the efficiency of his hammering, he added some additional work to each blow. Dispelling touch. Thanks to the inheritance of Sage-Gith, Keys actually possessed a rather shocking talent in psionic abilities. Coupled with the advantage of his soul as a mutated dragon, his spirit domain value, the total amount of spirit energy he could use, far exceeded that of ordinary spirit creatures. Although Keys didn't have many opportunities to practice, most of the time, using spells was enough. The psionic skills that he could master were far from the level of a master. However, he still managed to learn simple psionic skills like dispelling touch. Moreover, because his spiritual points were much higher than other psionicists, he did not have to worry about running out of spiritual points when he used Dispelling Touch continuously. Every time he swung the dragon head warhammer, he added a dispelling touch to it. Every time he raised the dragon head warhammer, the mountain-like weapon would be covered in a layer of crimson mist. When it made intimate contact with Barzub's body, the haze would disappear. Only when Keyes raised the dragon head warhammer again would the dragon head warhammer be covered in a layer of crimson. Although it was the traditional craft of Githyanki and Githzeloi to fuse physical and psionic attacks into one, no one in the multiverse had ever done what Keyes did today. Originally, his every blow could break the connections between a large number of material molecules on Barzub's body. When he added Dispelling Touch to his attack, every blow could increase the size of the wound by at least a third. Just like radiation, every time the dragon head warhammer gnawed a piece of Barzub's flesh, a large piece of necrotic tissue would spread out around it. This was because Dispelling Touch had directly broken down a certain substance that made up Barzub's flesh. The things that were dispelled each time were not the same, and naturally caused a large area of necrosis in his body. 1 point, 2 points. Sand accumulates into a tower, and armpits make a fur coat. These necrotic spots gradually connected together. The skin of the winged insect sovereign's true body finally became unable to provide any protection for its body. When Keyes smashed the surface for the last time, countless cracks instantly burst open. It was like an uncracked eggshell. If one considered that his true body was in the form of a soft slug, it would be more accurate to say that Barzub had turned into a soft-shelled egg that had been soaked in vinegar for many days. But no matter what, it could not hide the fact that Keyes had coincidentally opened Barzub's true body. Crackle! The winged insect sovereign's true body shattered into dust, and like falling leaves, it rustled and fell into the turbulent ocean vortex below. What replaced it was a dark red liquid blob that was as round as an egg and looked like a slime. Keyes was a little confused. Even with his soul in the state of a quantum observer, and his knowledge reserves that ordinary creatures could not imagine, he still could not recognize what that strange blob of liquid was. More importantly, was Barzub the winged insect sovereign dead after turning into such a state? After all, ever since the Batsu people had settled down in the 9 prisons of Bader, there had never been a lord of pure devil blood who had been killed. That included the infamous Pay the Bill operation. Although a few lords had died during the political changes and riots in the 9 prisons of Bader, those lords were not pure devils. Unintentionally, he seemed to have come into contact with a secret hidden in the depths of the multiverse, and his quantum soul seemed to have sensed it. The demons of the lower realm are all creatures that have body and soul as one. I should have completely shattered Barzub's true body on the molecular level, and even his internal organs have been shaken into paste. His soul must have been severely damaged, and he might have even lost the most basic self-awareness. If an ordinary devil were to suffer such a blow, he would definitely be deader than dead. But this is Barzub after all, a devil lord with the status of a lord of hell. I can't let my guard down. Thinking of this, Keyes temporarily stopped, but his vigilance was at the highest level. At the same time, his soul in the state of a quantum observer began to operate at full power, attempting to use a special method of observation to analyze the various information contained in the strange blob of liquid. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although Keyes had acted like a brute who only knew how to swing a sledgehammer as an orderly and rational blue dragon, most of the time he would follow the way of planning before acting. There were very few exceptions. At this moment, the strange blob of liquid underwent some changes. Barzub's true body had originally fused with the soul-binding tower, but now that Barzub's true body had collapsed into a blob of liquid, it naturally separated from the soul-binding tower. Without the support of the Lord of Hell's magic power, the huge pyramid-shaped building rapidly fell into the sea. The prismatic monster, created by the spirit of the soul-binding tower, which had almost been accidentally squashed by Keyes, was also dragged into the sea by the soul-binding tower. But just a second before it fell into the sea, the spirit of the soul-binding tower seemed to have gone crazy. It actually controlled the half-dead prismatic monster, and with a whoosh, it darted towards the blob of dark red liquid floating in the air. Barzub's relic should be inherited by me. When it shouted this sentence, the prismatic monster's head intentionally or unintentionally tilted towards Keyes, who was in deep thought, as if it was declaring its rightful right. Humph! Keyes's incarnation of the essence, Golem, snorted coldly in a very human-like manner, and at the same time raised the dragon head warhammer again. I forgot to tell you before, there are a total of 3 ways to destroy magic crystals, and I know all of them. Chapter 1039. There were 3 suggested ways to destroy Clinchinian, or broken magic crystal. Firstly, he could summon Tyr, the god of justice, or other divine powers that were good and lawful. If they answered the summon and saw the broken magic crystal, they would be more than happy to shatter the divine artifact that was pushing the multiverse into chaos and evilness. Secondly, which was what Quess had revealed to the spirit of the Binding Spirit Tower, Clinchinian could be destroyed by the 7 kind-hearted great liches and a powerful blazing divine servant, as long as they could find the original creation, ritual, and perform it in reverse. However, this would destroy all the great liches and expel the heavenly race. Thirdly, if the broken magic crystal could be wrapped in Shar's dark cloak, or if it was thrown into the center of eternal blaze by a certain saint or a senior-rank priest, the broken magic crystal would be shattered. And now, what Quess was going to put into practice was the 3rd way to destroy Clinchinian. Although he did not have Shar's dark cloak, and he had nothing to do with the gods, whose divine title was the sun, he could simulate the environment at the center of eternal blaze. Yes, he was going to use Messenger of Peace. With the mice energy core inside the body of the essence golem, it was much easier for Keyes to perform the spell that was defined as Messenger of Peace than for other people, just like how he performed the unorthodox legendary spells like Magic Theft. Also, his soul was in the quantum state, and he could perform equivalent exchanges by controlling the quantum fluctuations. He could directly exchange the activation energy needed for the spell and the materials needed for Messenger of Peace to the multiverse. Therefore, almost instantly, a dazzling cluster of light appeared in front of the dragon head hammer that Keyes raised. Had it not been for the restraint of the powerful magnetic field, Messenger of Peace would have been activated the moment it appeared. The closest object to this dangerous light was the dragon head warhammer hammer, which had its own consciousness. Quess, who was holding the handle of the warhammer, sensed the tremors and knew that his weapon was not as calm as it appeared to be. Calm down. Keyes comforted Hammer. The reason he waited for that moment was to wait for the Megalosaurus to retreat to a safe area. After all, a killer move like Peace Envoy didn't have the ability to identify friend or foe. It only had a relatively safe damage radius for reference. The clockwork Megalosaurus did not drop the ball either. After retreating from the pile driver post on Barzub's face, it immediately left the Lord of Hell, who had turned into a strange liquid. Seeing that the clockwork Megalosaurus was out of danger, Keyes immediately summoned a portal. When he entered the Spirit Pagoda and instigated the Spirit Pagoda spirit to rebel, he had recorded the corresponding coordinates and parameters. He also left some information on the blazing crystal that he gave to the Spirit Pagoda spirit. Extending his arm forward, the Messenger of Peace that was bound to the dragon head warhammer by the magnetic field was pushed into the portal. Then, Keyes closed the portal again. Rumble, the sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, accompanied by a violent gale. However, before that, what came first was still the baptism of heat radiation, neutron currents, and other kinds of rays. However, considering that it was only to kill a spirit pagoda spirit, Keyes deliberately suppressed the yield of the messenger of peace this time. He limited the range of the explosion to 20 kilometers, and the explosion lasted no more than 20 seconds. Of course, in those 20 seconds, the spirit pagoda spirit, who was at the center of the explosion, would suffer the same treatment as if it were at the center of eternal blaze. After only a few seconds, the blazing crystal that the spirit pagoda spirit resided in was vaporized, and the spirit pagoda spirit, which had turned into a virtual state again, only lasted for a short while at most before it was persuaded to leave this world by the messenger of peace. When the explosion took place, because it had been tempered by Lord Despot earlier, the spirit pagoda exploded into pieces like a gigantic bomb and splashed out in all directions. Thankfully, in the battle area, except for Keyes's golem that was still standing in midair, even the clockwork megalosaurus had hidden at a safe distance. Keyes's golem, that was entirely made of refined gold and mithril, on the other hand, couldn't have been more solid. Whether it was the high-temperature radiation, the rays, the particles, or the splashing shrapnel, even if they could cause damage, the liquid metal could repair the damage in the next second. After confirming that the spirit pagoda spirit that was jumping randomly had been destroyed, Keyes casually summoned a few elemental elders from the smoke elemental plane. Those elemental creatures like to collect all kinds of smoke. After the peacekeeper exploded, it would produce a mushroom cloud that contained a large amount of radioactive dust, which was very popular with the smoke elemental elders. Even without Keyes's order, they took the initiative to wrap all the dust into their bodies, and then carried this sincere gift back to the inner layer of the elemental plane. Killing the spirit pagoda spirit, even if he summoned the smoke elemental to clean up the battlefield, only took a little more than a minute. During this time, Keyes had been paying attention to the strange liquid that Barzub had turned into after his death. But just now, when the smoke elemental elders opened the portal, Keyes noticed that the liquid moved. Originally, he thought that it had given itself away. The reason why Keyes summoned the smoke elemental elders was to see if the liquid would consciously follow them to escape to the inner layer of the elemental plane. For this reason, Keyes had prepared a few spatial restriction spells in advance. However, what he didn't expect was that when the smoke elemental elder opened the portal, the strange liquid moved. However, it was not as Keyes had expected. Instead, it kept trembling and accelerating, rushing to the sky of the Ashes world. Borrow it from the astral world. Keyes wondered. The exquisite magic statue body was like a floating cloud, and there were very few places that could not be stepped on. Seeing that the strange liquid was about to get out of his control, he naturally kept rising to the sky. In the process, Keyes also used evocation, enchantment, incantation, and necromancy spells to bombard the liquid. However, those spells did not seem to have any effect. Even a powerful instant death spell, like Finger of Death, only caused a little bit of corruption in the liquid, and it was immediately expelled by the liquid. That strange liquid seemed to be possessed and rushed out of the atmosphere of the Ash world with one mind. Chapter 1040. The Slough of the Winged Insect. Lord Barzub rushed out of the atmosphere. Keyes followed the strange liquid closely, always on guard against it developing consciousness and escaping behavior, but in fact, it did not do anything like that. It seemed that it just wanted to fly out of the Ash world and enter the astral world. This thing is not right. In the process of following it, Keyes had been observing it, not resting for a moment, with the help of gravitational waves. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything in this world that Quest couldn't see. However, Not long after they rushed out of the atmosphere of the ash world, the gravitational waves fed back from the liquid showed a slight disturbance, and there was a tendency for it to become more and more intense. This was because its own gravitational force was also changing. Gravitational force was a kind of basic force related to the mass of an object. The gravitational force of the blood-red liquid had changed, but its volume and mass had not changed significantly. Could it be that the density is constantly increasing? Quest pondered. While he was thinking about this problem, a meteorite floating around the ash world suddenly crashed into the liquid. And this was just the beginning. The astral world was not a complete vacuum, and there was a large amount of matter in this domain. Although there were no astral treasures such as the bodies of fallen gods around a material plane like the ash world, there was no lack of fragments that escaped from the ash world or other material planes. It could even be said that there were many of them. With the first meteorite crashing into the liquid, there was the second, the third, the fourth. Keyes destroyed some of them, but compared to the number of meteorites attracted by it, it was just a drop in the ocean. Whether it was the astral world material fragments as small as dust or the astral world material condensation as large as meteorites, they all rushed toward the liquid one after another. Like swallows returning to their nest or eagles returning to the valley, it was getting more and more intense and continuous. If one had to use more vivid words to describe this scene, then it was as if someone had lit a torch in the star boundary, and the stardust, and even stardust were like moths, all of them fluttering towards it without any regard for their own safety. Good heavens! Keyes could not help but secretly click his tongue. His golem avatar had also felt the attraction from the strange liquid and began to move toward it involuntarily. Is this the real Chibaku Tensei? He complained in his heart. However, his next move was very decisive. In order to counteract the increasing gravitational force, as it absorbed more matter, the mass of liquid gradually turned into a spherical shape. The increase in mass brought about a stronger gravitational force. The arcane golem kept accelerating and circling around the new star that kept increasing in size, relying on centrifugal force to prevent itself from being captured. In the process, Keyes constantly collided with the astral world material that was constantly rushing toward the gravitational anomaly. Moreover, more and more astral world material was attracted to him. He felt like he was swimming in syrup. Bang! Suddenly, Keyes collided with something, and even the golem avatar was hit with a huge dent. Keyes suddenly realized this. Fortunately, his golem avatar was controlled by a quantum soul. If it were an ordinary, thick-skinned construct creature, it would not be so sensitive to its own body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the spherical soil clod with a diameter of 4 or 5 yards that collided with him, like a hydraulic clamp. His fingers crushed the stardust that wrapped the outermost periphery of the spherical object, revealing the crystal-clear core. Oh, an unexpected gain. I've heard that some powerful spellcasters would roam the astral world from time to time in order to find these casting materials that are very expensive in the material plane. Keyes saw at a glance that the soil clod that collided with him was actually a diamond of quite a shocking diameter. However, this was just an unexpected gain and did not make him very excited. Previously, in order to find the gravitational slingshot device, he had also roamed the astral world for a long time, and during that time, he had also obtained some similar things. In the multiverse, a famous red robe association of mages had once captured a diamond comet with a diameter of several kilometers in the astral world. Since then, the association had never worried about the casting materials such as diamonds. His eyelids were not that shallow. He just felt a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the closer it was to the material plane, the rarer such treasures hidden in the astral world would be. So this diamond might not have originally been around the Ashes world. In other words, It might have been captured by the strange liquid from other places in the astral world through a strong gravitational force. This was not something that could not be understood. In fact, spellcasters or scholars who had a certain understanding of the spatial knowledge of various realms in the multiverse knew that there were some folds in the space of the astral world. Many recorded interplane travel spells were actually used to pass through these folds to achieve the purpose of quickly moving to other planes. The appearance of the Diamond Comet, which was unlikely to appear around the Ashes world, made Keyes realize that the gravitational anomaly caused by the strange liquid might have penetrated the folds in the astral world, which was definitely not good news. When he realized this, it was actually a little too late. The sudden increase in gravitational force made the essence golem involuntarily fall toward the center of the strange liquid. The astral matter around him that was originally like syrup suddenly increased by an unknown amount, as if it had suddenly condensed into a certain solid form. Keyes wanted to forcibly break free from the restraint, but more and more matter around him began to squeeze toward him. In order to maintain its integrity, the essence golem had to work hard to shrink and slowly become the most suitable sphere to resist the pressure. Did I really get hit by the Chibaku Tensei? In an instant, Keyes could not help but be a little shocked. He did not expect to suddenly encounter such a blow. It was like a character in a certain hot-blooded manga who was restrained by a seal at the last moment. After many attempts to break free from the restraint, Keyes decisively chose to use his backup plan. The quantum soul instantly disappeared from the essence golem and then appeared in the body of the megalosaurus in the Ashes world. Chapter 1041. In the beginning of the universe, chaos was everywhere, and demons came uninvited. They represented chaos. Time had not yet appeared, and due to the nature of chaos, the demons slaughtered each other in every part of the universe. Such a chaotic situation was unbearable for the entire universe, so another force to fight against it appeared: order. The war between order and the demons began. The newborn gods of order wore armor made of pure order power and took up weapons for their ideals. Then, they launched a fierce attack on the demons. This war lasted for countless centuries. For this, the gods of order created the Holy Bible to record their achievements. They also created time because they wanted to know how long it would take to achieve the final victory. As if chanting, a tall creature about 13 feet tall compared to Keyes, it was actually quite small, stood beside Keyes, narrating meticulously. But he added in the end, "Unfortunately, most of the above are lies." His skin and hair were of a dark color. Even though he had color, standing there in broad daylight, he still gave off a dark and abnormal feeling. For those who liked to chisel hard lines, this tall humanoid creature could even be said to be quite handsome, like a bright thunderbolt. As to whether this description was handsome or dangerous, it was entirely up to the observer, but until now, there were actually not many people in the multiverse who looked directly at him. His pupils flashed with a blood-red light that matched the 9 prisons of Beta very well, and there was a pair of small dark red horns on his head. His clothes were gorgeous, but not flashy, and the colors were mainly red and black. Just this one piece of clothing, its actual value might be equivalent to the total wealth of a material plane. Moreover, this did not include the value of the accessories he carried with him. He always held a ruby scepter in his hand, which was inlaid with countless gorgeous gemstones, and each of them contained magical energy that could cause the world to change rapidly. Although, as the owner of the scepter, he was actually powerful enough, at least in the eyes of most of the beings in the multiverse, and in fact, some powerful good gods or demon lords of the bottomless abyss had actually prayed that he would not be so powerful, but he always adhered to the idea of being prepared as to be safe. After all, this was the precious experience that Astamores had used to secure the #1 position in the 9 prisons of Beta for so many years. No matter how treacherous the enemy was, as long as he was prepared, he would always be able to remain as still as a mountain, and the final victory would always be on his side. It was due to this reason that apart from some lunatics in the bottomless abyss or chaos sea, or fanatics who worshipped certain good gods, very few people in the entire multiverse were willing to go against such a powerful being. Keyes naturally did not intend to provoke the Astamores for no reason, especially when he had just entered adulthood and crawled out of the gravitational slingshot. It really caught him off guard when he encountered the Lord of Nine Hells. This is quite sudden. Keyes spoke to the Astamores in the infernal language. It was unknown whether he was talking about the Lord of Nine Hells' sudden appearance in the Ashen world, or whether he was commenting on the fact that the Lord of Nine Hells had exposed himself. Chapter 1042. Japan Province, Zhejiangjin, Yashigaki. A dream of golden millet in an octopus pot, the summer moon on the horizon. Sitting on a mat in the courtyard, gently fanning a military fan made of iron and leather, listening to the gurgling of water and the occasional cries of startled deer, Mitaru could not help but close his eyes in comfort, and he blurted out words that matched his state of mind. 50 years of experience in Zhejiangjin had allowed this humble son of a humble family to climb step by step to the position of chief inspector of the talent market. And his family had also advanced many times, becoming the only wealthy family in Zhejiangjin, one of the aristocratic families in the entire Japan province. A person born for 100 years is nothing more than this, Mitaru thought with some pride. However, he did not blurt out this sentence, but kept it in his heart. After all, as a regional supervisor of the scale of perpetual order, he was naturally aware of the pervasive ability of the Chamber of Commerce's spies. Thinking of this, Mitaru's squinted eyes widened, and he felt a little thirsty. Fortunately, the water in the iron kettle had been boiled, and he could use it to make tea to relieve the heat. A cup of tea, a piece of charcoal. My spring seems to be frozen. Perhaps because he had lived like a prince for so long, even when drinking a cup of tea, Mitaru would leisurely recite a few famous poems in his heart, adding a touch of elegance. This was a joy that belonged to this old man. However, today's joy was not like in the past, when it accompanied Mitaru from dawn to dusk. Master, Lord Qingjun of the Maeda family has already disembarked at Great Blasphemy Port. A servant ran into the courtyard and hurriedly reported the news to Mitaru, although the servant had already taken off his wooden clogs before running into the courtyard, wearing a silk footbag to step on the cobblestone path without making much noise. The news he reported after kneeling on one knee still shocked Mitaru. How could it be so fast? Mitaru narrowed his eyes. His old eyes were instantly bloodshot, but this abnormality was fleeting, and even the attendant with the surname Xiao, who was closest to him, did not notice it. Let's go to Great Blasphemy Port. Mitaru opened his mouth and spoke, and as he spoke, the old man in his 80s suddenly stood up, not at all like an old man of his age, who was physically incapacitated. When he hurried past the servant, the latter had time to get up. However, as the attendant straightened his body, a line of blood had appeared on his neck at some point. Thud! A large head with hair tied up in a bun fell onto the cobblestone path. Then, the head rolled into the harmonious stream of flowing goblets that was specially created by the craftsman. In the end, it tarnished the beautiful view of the courtyard. At the top of the Tiansho Pavilion in the center of the stone wall, a gray-robed elite desert elf ninja, with 2 scimitars on his waist and a long gun on his back. This was a special profession trained by the scale of perpetual order to do as the Romans do. The purpose of their existence was to supervise the various chambers of commerce in the Japanese province. He quickly took the long gun in front of him and looked for the target with the help of the magic spell engraved on the scope. However, What he did not expect was that, in the next second, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. An unbearable salty smell rushed from his chest to his throat and neck. About an inch of the sharp tip of the sword protruded from his chest. The magic chain armor he wore did not provide any protection. Similarly, the tranquility suit on his body did not allow him to completely blend in with the environment. "I'm very sorry." An old voice rang in the desert elf's ears. It sounded as if the voice was as guilty as it sounded. "My craftsmanship has not been polished. It's very rough. I've made you suffer." Screech, the man wielding the sword, swung the weapon hard, and the elite desert elf ninja's body was split into two in an instant. Mitaru put the sword back into its sheath and narrowed his eyes again. It was strange that his narrowed eyes did not look like an ordinary old man who was exhausted. Instead, he looked like a ferocious man-eating tiger that was about to pounce on its prey. At this moment, in Mitaru's eyes, more than a dozen places in the stone wall lit up with a bloody light. There were also roars and sounds of fighting in some places. It was obvious that some of the retainers were not capable enough and were not able to kill the ninja smoothly. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seeing this scene, Mitaru could not help but let out a cold snort. He then waved the military fan in his hand, which was painted with the eternal blaze on one side and the crescent moon on the other. As the fan was waved gently, the hidden sentries who received the message blew the special bamboo whistles they carried with them. The whistles that sounded like whining instantly resounded throughout the stone wall. A large number of slave warriors wearing armor, holding iron cannons and long sabers at their waists, ran from the camp to the walls of the stone wall. They had all received the alarm of a bandit attack, even though their minds were full of question marks. In this day and age, there were still pirates or bandits who dared to attack a large stronghold of the scale of perpetual order. The speed at which they rushed to their respective posts was indeed not the slightest bit fake. Seeing that the stone wall was already armed like a turtle shell, Mitaru waved the military fan again with a special technique. This time, it was Neo-Jin's turn to react under the small hill where the stone wall was located. Some of the retainers hiding in the city received the signal and immediately created chaos at the location marked by the patriarch, killing people on the street, igniting hidden gunpowder, casually throwing silver judges. There were all kinds of strange things that were different. In short, most of the defenders on the stone wall saw the chaos at the foot of the mountain. Although they only saw the chaos and did not know why the chaos was happening, this did not stop them from raising their vigilance and guarding against the bandits who could appear at any time. Huff and puff. Seeing the chaos inside and outside the city, Mitaru, the instigator, could not help but sigh. Then he sang a short poem, like before, to liven things up. "Scattering rice is also a sin. Let the chickens fight." As the poem ended, Mitaru, who looked no different from an old man, suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes were clear, and his mind was clear. Young man, after witnessing such a soul-stirring battle, how could he not yearn for it? He said to himself with certainty, unlike the guilty tone he had when he killed the elite ninja, "This is my own choice, not because I was attracted by the rice that fell from someone's fingers. Ha ha, it's just that the world doesn't know. It's just that the world doesn't know." Chapter 1043. Walking out of the desecration wharf, he looked at the mountains outside Jiangjin City in the distance. Above the huge stone walls, the elegant oars and heavenly guards towered into the clouds. However, most people didn't know that the appearance of these beautiful buildings was not only because of artistic beauty, but also because of military principles. Of course, there were still people who knew. Glancing at the destination of this trip and rolling his eyes at the sun in the sky, Kaizen Asada yawned, pulled out the small folding fan clipped to the round collar around his neck, and fluttered it to get some cool air for himself. However, the words on the folding fan were a bit strange. The sun rises in spirals and the dry sand rustles down, which had nothing to do with the cool charm. Reading or looking at it made people feel a little anxious and hot. In addition, Kaizen Asada was wearing a scarlet hunting suit. From a distance, he looked like a raging fire walking in the human world. We didn't take the airship route, nor did we choose the newly laid railway here. Instead, we took an old-fashioned sailboat. Moreover, the boat was neither the Juin imperial ship nor the anchored warship. It was just an ordinary 1,000-rock boat used to transport soy sauce. Kaizen Asada said with exultation. He didn't care about his attendant's surname at all. He just bowed his head, silently, abiding by the attendant's code of silence. However, in the end, we arrived at Jiangjin City 3 days earlier than planned. The reason is that we set off a whole week earlier. The early bird gets the worm. The ancients were right. The attendant's face was still expressionless, although he actually wanted to expose his young master's self-comfort. It was clearly half a month before the departure, because he went to Hulu Huaiji with his friends and lost the travel expenses given by the master, so he had to set off in advance and took the ordinary 1,000-rock boat from Chun City to Jiangjin City. How did it turn out that he was the one who planned the strategy first? However, he didn't do that in the end, not only because the attendant should never talk about the master's rules, but also because as an old servant of the Asada family, he knew that the master was the leader of the eccentrics in Chun City when he was young. His young master's words and actions were like those eccentrics. There was nothing wrong with a son resembling his father. Of course, he is still an old servant. Although he can see the young master of the main family on the 1,000-stone boat, he can't let him ruin the reputation of the Asada family when they are about to do serious business. In Jiangjin, he paid out of his own pocket to hire a rickshaw for the penniless Kaizen Asada to drive him. When the young master, who was wearing a scarlet hunting outfit, got into the carriage, he followed the rickshaw silently, 1 or 2 steps behind the driver. The swaying bells tinkled and sang, and the wheels creaked as they rolled along the flagstones of the Jiangjin Road. The master and servant were like ordinary businessmen who came to the largest talent market in Japan. After leaving the torii at the Daizao port, they went straight to the main road in Jiangjin City. The Yayoi family's Shiyuan was located at the end of this road. Therefore, any merchant who knew the ropes would first head to the office of the Scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce's inspector to receive today's talent statistics. Unless they sent employees to the city to investigate the situation in advance, the merchants really couldn't leave the court bulletin if they wanted to obtain more information about the market. However, Kaizen Asada didn't come to buy things. He came to inquire about a confused account. Many days ago, the auditing agency of the Scale of Perpetual Order in Japan found that there was a strange deficit in the talent market of Jiangjin City. More than 50 years ago, a Rakshasa demon was sentenced to the penal camp when his excellency keys went to the bottomless abyss. Later, he was brought back to the Ashes world to serve his sentence. This was very strange. First of all, the Rakshasa demon was also a kind of evil spirit. Even if he had received super intensive labor in the penal camp and his body was badly damaged, he had only served for more than 50 years. He shouldn't have died of exhaustion. Second of all, even if the Rakshasa demon was a special kind of devil that was not recognized by the purebred Batsu, after their death, their souls would still return to the 9 prisons of Bader and wait for 99 years to be reborn. Jiangjin City also reported according to this statement, saying that because they didn't expect the Rakshasa demon to die suddenly, they didn't have time to set up a magic circle to bind the soul, and they were willing to bear all the consequences and punishments. However, more than 2 months ago, a big event happened in the Ashes world that many people had heard of, but only a few people knew about. Since that event, it was impossible for the evil spirits, especially the devils, to return to the underworld after their death in this material plane. Therefore, the scale of perpetual order ordered the Asada family, who was in charge of Chuyin City in Japan Province, to go to Jiangjin City in the name of routine audit. Keiji Asada, on the other hand, directly ordered his youngest son, Kaimasa Asada, who was given a name of absurd and bizarre, not respecting his father's name, and quite strange by himself, to go straight to Jiangjin to investigate the whole story. The reason why Keiji Asada chose Kizumi Asada as a candidate was that his youngest son was named Jun. Although he was quite like his father and did some absurd things since he was a child, he had never done anything that didn't match his name. Kizumi. Hulu Haiji lost the money, but he still paid without any excuses. If he didn't have money to take the fast and convenient transportation, he took the cheap and long old-fashioned Thousand Rock boat. He set off a week in advance and arrived 3 days in advance. Although it was all kinds of trivial things, it was still obvious. The rickshaw was running on the road. Kizumi Asada sat in the car, crossing his legs and waving the folding fan painted with the words, "The sun rises in spirals, the dry sand rustles down," while squinting at the yashing stone wall standing on the distant mountain. At some point, he took out an iron ball similar to a literary treasure and played with it carefully in his palm. "It's just a routine audit, not a visit. Why do you have to make such a big scene?" Unless Kizumi Asada laughed, which made the old servant who was striding beside the rickshaw look at him. However, the young master of the Asada family didn't pay attention to him. He just closed the folding fan in his hand with a swish sound. There was a flash of vermilion on the folding fan made of good bamboo, and soon there was no sign of it. At this moment, the old servant was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if he had run to the forest beside the road to relieve himself, or if he had gone to commit murder and robbery. Chapter 1044. We've arrived. Stop the car. Sitting in the rickshaw, Kizumi Asada took a deep breath and said to the coachman. The coachman sneered and replied, "Sir, not yet." Bang. Without any more hints, when Kizumi Asada inserted the folding fan behind the round collar of his hunting suit, a gun slipped from his cuff into his palm. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet flew out and directly smashed the head of the rickshaw driver. The latter fell to the ground, and the rickshaw stopped suddenly. Then it lost its balance because it ran over the body of the rickshaw driver and suddenly overturned on the side of the road. At the moment of shooting, Kizumi Asada jumped out of the seat of the rickshaw. The sleeves of his hunting suit swayed, like a butterfly dancing in the flowers. After a few seconds, he was 7 or 8 steps away from the overturned rickshaw. And then he stepped on the ground again. After his head exploded, the coachman's corpse also underwent some changes. The clothes on his body didn't change much, except for a short knife that fell out of his chest. The biggest change was his body. The coachman had turned from a human into a grayish-white humanoid creature. He looked like an unfinished creature. His limbs were abnormally thin, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on his body. He was a shapeshifter, although his head connected to his neck had been smashed by the bullet, so the classic noseless face couldn't be seen. But from his insect-like feet and forefinger palms, it could be judged that he was actually an adult shapeshifter. Shapeshifters like to infiltrate society to gather wealth and influence instead of building their own cities. Young shapeshifters usually infiltrated goblin or orc tribes to practice. When they were skilled, they would go to more complicated societies such as elves, dwarves, and humans. Compared with being a leader and attracting attention, They preferred to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator or use multiple identities to manipulate influential citizens or even entire guilds. From the perspective of pure good and evil, this race was actually not too evil. Some shapeshifters even did things like raising orphans, supporting the elderly, and even sacrificing their lives for the monarch as loyal subjects because of excessive indulgence in role-playing. But these cases couldn't hide their nature of only caring about themselves and regarding others as playthings to manipulate and deceive. In particular, most shapeshifters like to lurk in human society to satisfy their various desires. Shapeshifters couldn't breed with other shapeshifters, but they could have offspring with other humanoid creatures, and half of the offspring would be shapeshifters. Shapeshifters who abused their talents to achieve evil and sick purposes were the most notorious in the world. They were also the culprits that dragged the reputation of the whole race. But in terms of proportion, such culprits accounted for at least half of the shapeshifters. This was because if a creature could change its appearance, it would be very easy for it to escape capture. In other words, the cost of committing crimes for this species was very low, with this prerequisite, and the fact that they didn't have any moral standards, it wasn't hard to understand why the mutated species had such a high crime rate. Therefore, in several planes ruled by the scale of eternal order, there was a specific law for shapeshifters. Shapeshifters living in the jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce needed to register in advance, and then they could enjoy the corresponding rights and interests of residents. Otherwise, any unregistered, wild shapeshifters would be killed without mercy. Kizu Asada had another hidden meaning because of his character and talent. His father, Kizu Asada, spent a lot of money to ask someone to give him the eye of truth when he was young, so that he could see through most of the fabrications and puzzles in the world. After riding in the rickshaw for such a long time, Kizu Asada observed the shape-shifting coachman from head to toe several times. Although there was a registration number of the scale of eternal order written in invisible magic ink on the coachman's neck, if the serial number was substituted into a special verification formula, it could not get an integer result at all. Obviously, the serial number was also forged. In addition, because of his sharp eyes, Kizumi Asada had actually seen what happened at the top of the Heaven Guard Pavilion in the Yayoi Stone enclosure. He had seen the existence of the underworld, who wore the skin of a harmless old Japanese man, but had actually turned into a Rakshasa, or evil beast ghost, killing the desert elf ninja with a saber. Then, the true identity of the shape-shifting coachman was about to be revealed. There was no doubt that the monster must be an assassin. As for whether he was bought or not, it didn't matter. The point was that if he violated the rules, he had to die. I told you to stop. It means that you have already arrived at your destination. Without looking back, Kizu Asada strode to the gate of Meishinshi Pavilion, ignoring the shape-shifting monster behind him. A noseless head slowly grew out of the body of the shape-shifting monster. The monster gradually regained his consciousness, and his hand slowly reached for the knife. However, bang! There was another gunshot. Kizu Asada just stretched his arm back and pulled the trigger again. Then, the shape-shifting monster repeated the scene not long ago. The head exploded into many pieces of red and white debris. However, this time, he didn't hide his real head as before. He just transformed a piece of flesh on his neck into the head of a human coachman. In other words, he was really dead this time. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Kizu Asada laughed and spoke his true thoughts. That was the reason why he had never deliberately practiced the katana technique or the katana technique. However, it didn't affect him. Kizu Asada's killing power was the best in the Asada family, even surpassing his father, who was famous for using an enchanted red spear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been responsible for checking the accounts in Jiangjin this time. As for why he said that he was the best in killing power. The reason was very simple. First, Kizu Asada's handgun was extremely well made, and his skills were superb. Second, he had an excellent bulletproof vest. Generally, only he could hit others, but others couldn't do anything to him. Bang! After another 2 steps, Kizu Asada was less than 3,000 yards away from the Yayoi Isthmus. He slapped the iron ball that he had been holding in his left hand on his body. Armor ball, Hazora! As if it was alive, the iron ball covered Kizu Asada's body like mercury, forming a Wazer-style armor with various gorgeous patterns, providing protection for Kizu Asada's body. This was a relatively novel liquid armor. Its prototype was the Fanatic armor. The reason why it had the effect of liquid metal was that the flesh had been integrated with the metal material of the armor. Although the cost of this type of Fanatic armor was dozens of times higher than that of the ordinary model, Kizu Asada did not hesitate to sign an IOU with his family and pay for it out of his own pocket. He admitted that the reason why he bought this armor was that it was very handsome. Chapter 1045. It turned out that Kizumi Asada was worried too much until he walked to the outside of the Yayoi stone step by step and stood in front of the Shyama stone engraved with the words, "Stop, the do-die slave warriors on the city wall," just aimed at him, but no one really shot a fatal bullet at him. Of course, this may also be due to the words Kizumi Asada and "Restrained by May" on the 2 flags behind him. However, there was something unusual. Originally, the Shyama stone was the place where businessmen bought the newspaper, and there were so many tourists every day. But now, there was no one else in this place except Kizumi Asada, who was wearing the madman armor in the style of Hazara. Open the gate and accept the investigation. If you disobey, you will die. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't listen to me, sir. Kizumi Asada raised his hand and pointed at the city wall, shouting. On the left and right sides of his madman armor, there were dovetail board and sandalwood board of different sizes, which didn't play much of a protective role, just like an allegro hanging on the chest. However, because of his movement, the 2 boards collided with the armor, making a click-click sound, which was very interesting. On the city wall, some do-die slave warriors who didn't understand the situation or were careless were even amused by Kizumi Asada's behavior, although they knew that he was from the Asada family in Chian City, so they wouldn't easily start a fight with him. It didn't prevent them from thinking that this noble young master, who was wearing the flashy armor of the Japanese emperor, was actually an embroidered pillow in essence. Restrained by May, what a bold claim. However, how did Bai Mei retreat when he wore the armor but didn't have a sword? Was he laughed to death? The answer was of course no. Moreover, those do-die slave warriors who guarded the gate because of Mitaro's orders soon knew the reason. Seeing that the door was not open, Kizumi Asada was not annoyed. He smoothed his hands down from his pocket, as if he was smoothing his long beard. Then his palms grabbed the sandalwood board and the dovetail board respectively, and broke the rope tied on them. The 2 boards lightly knocked against each other, producing a crisp sound. The sandalwood board was thrown to the ground. In the next second, the sandalwood board, which was over a foot wide and 2 feet long, opened up layer by layer like a folded piece of paper, revealing the splicing formation hidden within. Kizumi Asada lifted his foot and stepped on it. The formation was activated. The white lines of the array suddenly gathered in one place, and in an instant, the 2-dimensional image was pulled into a 3-dimensional image by some kind of force. If anyone who had been to Rising Cloud City saw it, they would definitely recognize it at a glance. Wasn't this the mechanical cannon that stood at the top of Rising Cloud City's main gate and was named National Destroyer? When Kize Asada's foot left the ground, the 3-dimensional image finally condensed into a solid entity and was magnified hundreds of times. The giant mechanical cannon that was named National Destroyer was actually borrowed from the city walls of Rising Cloud City by a piece of sandalwood. Accompanied by the creaking sound of gears, the National Destroyer cannon started to reload automatically. Dudai's slave warriors on the city walls were all dumbfounded all of a sudden. Some flag captains reacted quickly and decisively. At this time, they had no time to be in awe of the Asada family in Rising Cloud City. They had to order their men to open fire in front of the enemy's formation. After all, even if they would be hunted down and killed by the Asada family, it would be better than being wronged by the National Destroyer cannon now. However, the order was still a little late. In addition to the sandalwood board, Kizumi Asada had just dropped a dovetail board. The latter was not thrown to the ground, but directly smashed on his Hazura fanatic armor. When the dovetail board was broken, another weapon sealed inside was also revealed. 6 barrels as thick as goose eggs, a rotating wheel driven by a motor, and a mortise and tenon part that matched the shoulder base of the fanatic armor. Kizumi Asada carried this rapid-fire rotating gun named Dovetail on his shoulder. Boom, 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 boom. The sound like a god beating a drum was continuous. The magazine engraved with spatial spell incantations continuously transported egg-sized grenades into the barrel. With the rotation of the motor, these grenades were fired one by one. There were 6 barrels, and there was 1 tracer bullet in every 6 grenades. Even in the early morning, there would be a shining red tail line in the air like a swaying dove's tail. This was the origin of the name of this weapon. Like raindrops hitting the mud, each dovetail grenade would smash a pit with a diameter of nearly 1 yard on the wall of Yashengshi Rampart. The clever flag captains of Dudai's slave warriors quickly ordered their men to withdraw from the wall. And the unwise ones, even they had no chance to set foot on this land again. They were directly crushed into dust by the grenades. Not only that, when Kizumi Asada carried the dovetail cannon and plowed through the wall of Yashengshi Rampart, the National Destroyer cannon summoned by him also completed the automatic reloading. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous sound, with the National Destroyer cannon as the center, the bluestone slabs on the ground within a radius of dozens of yards were suddenly shaken into striped cracks. The bluestone slabs near the center were even shattered into powder. The air was torn apart by the cannonball, and the invisible aura even condensed into a long line directly penetrating the main gate of Yashengshi Rampart. And looking along this thin line of aura from the main gate of Yashengshi Rampart to the towering Tianshou Pavilion in the middle to the small mountain behind, everything could be seen at a glance. The cannonball fired from the National Destroyer cannon directly pierced through the Yashengshi Rampart's fortress and finally sank into the mountainside. After the first shot, the mechanical gears of the giant cannon once again creaked and reloaded by itself. However, despite its power, Kizumi Asada couldn't help but curl his lips. As Mr. Shea said before, Trian City's boldness is still too weak. Although this giant cannon is called National Destroyer, in fact, it can only tear a city apart at most. It's more realistic to call it City Destroyer. However, although Kizumi Asada liked to tell the truth, the person in charge of Yashengshi Rampart, or Mitaro, couldn't really turn a blind eye to the destruction caused by the National Destroyer cannon. His mansion, especially the Tianshou Pavilion that he had placed high hopes on, couldn't withstand the destruction of the next cannon. If the collapse of the country was allowed to happen again, the already crumbling Heaven's Guard Pavilion would most likely collapse into ruins. That's my only way out. Standing at the top of Tianshou Pavilion, Mitaro's eyes were red, and his heart was surging. He had long known that what he had done was a big taboo. It was about a month ago that he made up his mind. He spent a large sum of money to have someone cut out the heart, liver, spleen, and stomach of the Rakshasa demon serving his sentence in the Zhejiangjin labor camp, and transplanted them into his own body. Through this transformation, Mitaro seized the bloodline of the Rakshasa demon and turned himself from a human into a kind of demon. On the one hand, he did this to increase his dying lifespan. On the other hand, with the power of a demon, he could fulfill his long-cherished wish of witnessing the fierce battle between the Megalosaurus and Lord Keys in Zhejiangjin when he was young. On the other hand, he felt that if he became a demon, he might be more adapted to the environment of the future Ashes world, live better in this plane, and climb to a higher position, to overlook the mediocre mortals. However, after all, what he thought was just what he thought, and his behavior did violate the rules set by the scale of perpetual order. There was nothing wrong with not violating the rules and following one's heart. The Chamber of Commerce would also give everyone the corresponding rights. If an individual dared to put himself outside the rules, the scale of perpetual order would always have only one attitude, no matter what the price, always prove that the rules are the rules. Therefore, Mitaro didn't take any chances. He even left a way out for himself. In Tianshou Pavilion, there was a gate between worlds array that was also made at a high price, and it could connect to a town on the first floor of the 9 prisons of Bader, Avernus. If it were not for the fact that he had not fully adapted to the bloodline of the Rakshasa demon and could not bear to part with the life of pleasure in the Ashes world, he would have left for the 9 prisons of Bader and directly hid. Therefore, when he saw how Kizumi Asada defeated 100 demons and saw the scene of the national collapse cannon penetrating Yaishing Ishibashi, he immediately became anxious. The servants and retainers of the Yaishing family could be killed at will, and Yaishing Ishibashi could be bombed at will, and he would not feel the slightest heartache. But if Tianshou Pavilion with the gate between worlds was destroyed, Mitaro could only wait for death in the Ashes world. Of course, there was another possibility. He could try to commit suicide and then use the identity of a Rakshasa demon to wait in some unknown place in the 9 prisons of Bader for 99 years to be reborn. However, Mitaro did not want to do that. Fortunately, he did not do that. Otherwise, with the current problems in the Ashes world, he might really be dead. Who would be willing to die if they could live? Being forced into a corner, his body bent a lot in an instant, and all the strength and spirit of his whole body seemed to condense in one place. When a tiger humbles its momentum, it will attack. When a raccoon shrinks its body, it will take it. After completing the accumulation of momentum, the next second, Mitaro burst out all the accumulated strength, spirit, and spirit like a bomb that suddenly exploded. In a flash, the guy appeared in front of Kizumi Asada, who was wearing the Hazura fanatic armor, and his robe was left on the top of Tianshou Pavilion. Mitaro's head had turned into the shape of a leopard, and the inverted curved fingers and the crazy roar of this beast-like evil demon showed his cruelty and evil nature without any doubt. Mitaro's inverted hand held a long knife, and with the help of the force of the sprint, he chopped at Kizumi Asada. At the same time, this insidious evil demon also used a spell-like ability similar to the immobilization spell, so that Kizumi Asada, who was hiding in the fanatic armor, could not move. Mitaro made up his mind to cut him in half, and then, of course, he would run away immediately. However, he seemed to have forgotten someone. After all, it was just a servant with a small surname who was not worth mentioning in his eyes. It was similar to his previous identity, but the nameless servant and Mitaro were not the same kind of people. Mitaro was not even a human being. Snap! 2 dark, obsidian-like palms instantly clasped together and clamped the more than 4 feet long narrow knife that was chopping downward. The short servant, who was as muscular as a mountain rock, blocked the chop from a demon who was almost the same as a real Rakshasa demon. A little blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. It seemed that it was not easy to rush from a distance and forcibly catch the knife. However, the blood was not red, but a gush of burning, black, shiny oil. Once upon a time in the world of ashes, a certain desert elf tribe that had almost been forgotten by everyone but could not really be buried in history created a biochemical beast named Blazing Shadow Beast by excavating the notes of an ancient soul-binding sorcerer. That kind of blazing shadow beast seemed to break the barrier between creatures and machines. Its appearance was similar to a tiger or a leopard, and its strength was not inferior to some gifted magic creatures. The energy it needed to survive could all be obtained by burning black oil in the biological furnace in its body. In theory, as long as the black oil tube was full, the blazing shadow beast, which was clearly a biochemical beast, could continue to operate like a machine. Later, this kind of blazing shadow beast was introduced by the scale of perpetual order and became a member of the fighting order for a period of time. Later, due to the continuous upgrade of war weapons, those blazing shadow beasts gradually left the fighting order of the Chamber of Commerce. However, the scale of perpetual order was a rule. If there was a mistake, there would be a punishment, and if there was a merit, there would be a reward. Some blazing shadow beasts who had made great achievements in the war got the opportunity to get rid of their identity as beasts and got the opportunity to evolve. With the help of more detailed and specific ancient soul-binding masters' research notes, the half-lich Snade from the School of Necromancy, and the help of the Ogre Paru from the field of life science, and the master of making voodoo potions, these blazing shadow beasts finally evolved into blazing shadow men. Their wisdom became no different from that of human beings. In the scale of perpetual order, in addition to being biological weapons, they had the opportunity to become other kinds of employees or do other things. The short old man, who had served Keizen Asada's family for decades and had been treated as a minor aristocrat, was a blazing shadow man. Usually, he was no different from ordinary people. Only when necessary, he would turn into a fighting machine. Compared with demons like Rakshasa, blazing shadow men who couldn't use spells were no match for them. However, they also had their own advantages. As long as the black oil tube was enough, their strength, speed, and even their own regeneration ability were not a problem. Maybe he really couldn't beat them, but this servant of blazing shadow man could still take a few attacks. The purpose of his accompanying this time was to increase the fault tolerance of Keizen Asada's curing 100 demons. As for the attack, Keizen Asada really had no problem. This was not breaking free from the state of immobilization spell. Keizen Asada saw that his servant blocked the fatal attack for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out 120% of his spirit to fight against the enemy. A folding fan popped out from the back of the neck of the whirlpool armor on his body. With a whoosh, it opened automatically. Extreme spell, monster immobilization. A spell was sealed in this magic fan, which was given by a senior master of the scale of perpetual order. Its effect was similar to immobilization spell, but its range was wider, not only for humans. Even monsters could be immobilized. At the same time, due to its own supreme magic effect, as long as it was not a legendary monster, it could not be exempted from this immobilization effect, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This time, it was Keizen Asada's turn to immobilize Mitaro, who had been demonized by Rakshasa. Then, the youngest son of the Asada family used his best method, retreating and curing 100 demons. The dovetail revolving cannon's bullets struck the monster, Mitaro, one after another. It didn't stop even after completely tearing him apart, until a soul prism carried by Keizen Asada lit up, which meant that it had captured the soul of the monster. Chapter 1046. Taka City is too salty, so we need fresh water. The more, the better. This was the catchphrase of Governor Emil of Taka City. The young man named Iger held a shovel in his hand as he walked through the misty factory path toward the freshwater purification workshop. Taka City was famous for its well salt, rock salt, lake rock, and specially processed powder salt. Based on the sale of table salt and industrial salt, it built the various frameworks and structures needed for a commercial city. Food from Spat, brocade from Wusong, machinery, and skinned undead from Gnome City. This was a type of undead that covered skeletons with skin in order to not scare ordinary people, or even wood from even more distant places, such as Ramses wood, and various meat products from the island world. All of these things could be bought from various bazaars in the city. Although the price was not cheap, it was not expensive either. For Taka City, the only resources that the city had to produce on its own was fresh water other than various salts. In a city with a population of nearly 300,000, the cost of purchasing fresh water for daily use was too high for ordinary families to afford. Therefore, the various refining salt pans in Taka City were unlike those in other places. At most, their production waste was some brine, and the water vapor would not be wasted. Instead, it was sold to various freshwater production factories as a byproduct. There were only about 30 salt works in Taka City, but there were 400 to 500 freshwater production factories. Almost every block had a small factory that was dedicated to delivering the daily freshwater needed by the neighbors in the area. Such a small factory had to purchase filtration, secondary distillation, and condensing equipment in the early stages, as well as lay pipes to each household. In fact, the cost was not low, not to mention ordinary civilians, even some businessmen who ran businesses might not be able to afford it. Later, the scale of perpetual order provided a special low-interest loan for Taka City. Those who wanted to run this business would be able to obtain a loan of more than 10 gold drogs from the Chamber of Commerce as long as they passed the examination and met certain conditions. It was not until the freshwater production factories in Taka City reached saturation point that each block had its own water supply factory that the special loan for the scale of perpetual order stopped operating. The first batch of small factories that were established had basically recovered their costs after 5 to 6 years of operation. This young man named Iger was actually the legal heir of a small factory. However, his foolish father, Sujad, had been treating him worse than an ordinary employee. It was as if he was a convict doing hard labor in a salt pan. In order to please his greedy new wife, Sujad announced that after his death, the freshwater production plant would be inherited by his newborn son. Fortunately, the process of changing ownership was rather troublesome until a few days ago, when Sujad fell seriously ill. The procedures had yet to be completed. For a long time, Iger was a lonely young man who didn't make any friends in the city. But in the last few months, he had met his only confidant, a fat red-skinned little angel with tattered bat-like wings. Only when Edgar came to the condensation workshop alone, this creature called Kuzu would appear. Then, Kuzu would whisper cunning advice into Edgar's ear in a hissing, ear-piercing voice. "This factory should have belonged to you, Edgar," Kuzu whispered. "That stepmother not only disrupted the order set by God, but it is also very likely that she poisoned your father. Otherwise, why would he fall ill so suddenly? In order to protect your property, you should take some measures." Edgar had rejected Kuzu's advice countless times, but today, before he got off work, he finally accepted the terrifying reasoning of his close friend. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The rows of gas lamps on the street outside lit up. Edgar strode towards his father's house. The young factory owner had made up his mind to commit a dark and terrible crime with the shovel in his hand. Of course, he thought that he was righteous. He pushed open the door, faced his father, greedy stepmother, and young baby, and slowly raised the shovel. Kakik, Zitabanii Tamalala Pa, in the air, A red little angel with a straightened back and stretched out his wings spoke to himself in a language that mortals couldn't understand as he quickly flew past one block after another. Kuzu was going to report. The master he served, the guild leader named Dagolin, had already told him, "As long as something happens, you must let me know as soon as possible." However, no matter if it was Dagolin or Edgar, they didn't know that Turimala was a purgatory language used to scold people. It meant something like brainless idiot. If you added pa behind it, it would represent the plural. These two guys are really not as good as those spellcasters. Kuzu sighed in his heart. He was a little devil, an ordinary person among the Batsu people in the 9 prisons of Bader. When he first came to the Ash world, Kuzu's identity was a magic pet. A black-robed mage from the aristocratic council of the Medici Empire summoned Kuzu, a little devil from the 9 prisons of Bader, and used a series of deterrence methods to force Kuzu to sign a magic pet contract with him. Of course, the word forced was in quotation marks. Kuzu was happy to sign that kind of magic pet contract. He was already tired of the 9 prisons. Even though it was the hometown of the Batsu people, Batsu's level of friendliness was too low for a little devil, not to mention the intermediate and senior devils who could kill him at will. Even some places with bad environments were dangerous places for a weak little devil like him. Moreover, the dangerous places were so vast that it was probably the entire 9 prisons of Bader. For example, the Batsa devil was naturally immune to fire damage, but the fire rain from Avernus was still very dangerous for Kuzu. Although the flames would not hurt him, there was no guarantee that there was a medium-sized meteorite in the flames. Smaller or lighter rocks could easily break his bones and break his tendons. Larger rocks the size of a human fist could easily crush a small demon to death. Therefore, to be able to come to the material plane, even if he was bound by a spellcaster as a magic pet, was much easier for the little devil than to live in the 9 prisons of Bader. In fact, in the eyes of many little devils, including Kuzu, to be able to live in the material plane was a blessing. Needless to say, the Ash world was a place detested by the gods. Without the gods here, a little devil like him was like a fish in water. In just a few decades, the black-robed mage from the aristocratic council had killed himself, relying on the loophole he found in the magic pet contract. Kuzu directly got rid of the binding between him and the spellcaster, and was able to smell the precious breath of freedom. Although Kuzu still found a guild leader in Taka City to serve him out of his nature of relying on the strong, he asked himself honestly, recently, he was simply too happy. In particular, the way the guild leader acted was really to the taste of the devils. That guy is so evil. Kuzu laughed and thought silently in his heart. Especially in the past few months, Mr. Dagolin seems to have been possessed by the devil. Everything he says and does is like a proper Batsu. Interesting. If I bring such a soul into the 9 prisons of Bader, I might be able to directly skip the 2 stages of soul shell and inferior devil and become a Batsa devil on the spot. However, while Kuzu was calculating how many inferior soul prisms he could transfer if he made this deal, he immediately considered a terrible consequence that he had to take precautions against in advance. If that guy directly becomes a devil, it'll be fine if he's at the same stage as me, but if he becomes a grand master above the middle stage, won't I be in trouble? Regardless of whether he will find trouble with me or not, just the thought of him being able to achieve a higher level than me, Kuzu, can't take this lying down. Difficult. A little devil luring souls from hell? I have to choose. Because of jealousy, Kuzu, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. He flapped his wings and flew in the air like a bee, flying in an 8 pattern. He wanted to meet Dagolin later. Perhaps Dagolin would miss the opportunity to smoothly take over Edgar's factory because of this. harming others without benefiting himself. But the little devil was happy. However, this guy's little trick failed in the end. The guild leader, named Dagolin, did not wait for him in the agreed room in the grand arena. Instead, he directly appeared on Kuzu's way to the rendezvous point. Too careless. Kuzu glanced at the man who walked out of the alley with a throwing knife in his hand and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He felt that he had considered too little. However, he could not be blamed. After all, he was just a little devil. How much could he achieve? However, what he did not consider was not just a little. A smile appeared on Dugalin's face as he elegantly and charmingly showed off his sharp, shiny canine teeth. After seeing the little devil, he combed his short, shiny hair and made a gap in his forehead, revealing two small, lamb-like horns. His pupils changed color in an instant. His gaze was as red as blood. Coupled with his gorgeous and fashionable trench coat, he looked like an evil vampire. However, the vampire's feet did not look like split beast hooves, and there would not be a tail wrapped in dark red scales behind his, but Reaper? Demon? Kuzu's eyes widened. The little devil suddenly felt that his brain had stopped working. He could not understand. A year ago, when they signed the Hell employment contract, Dagolin was still a pure human. How did he become a middle-stage Batsu devil now? Chapter 1047. Dagolin. This name was a little strange if it was used on a human because it was an authentic dwarf name. The prefix dol meant weapon or sword in the dwarf language, while the suffix grimgrin meant eternal or unforgettable. When the two were combined, Dagolin could mean eternal weapon or unforgettable sword. This meant that the person who named it hoped that the person who received this name would fight endlessly. Interesting, wasn't it? If you knew Dugalin's background, you would understand that there was a deep meaning behind his name. More than 40 years ago, when Dagolin was still an infant, he was imprisoned in the grand arena with his parents who were convicted of colluding with the demonic fish in the salt lake outside the city. There were no accidents. His noble parents, who had lived like princes for a long time, died in the grand arena in less than 3 days. It was also at that time that he was adopted by a dwarf. The dwarf was a free gladiator. Because he loved to fight, he kept fighting in the grand arena. As the adopter, the dwarf personally gave Dagolin a name. After all, although the dwarves had adopted him, according to the laws of the Medici Empire's Taka city, Dagolin had already been branded as a slave gladiator. If he wanted to walk out of the grand arena openly, the only way was to win 30 consecutive gladiator battles. In the grand arena, the dwarf gladiator stayed for about 16 years before he left alone. For the dwarves, who had an average lifespan of at least 200 years, these 16 years were only equivalent to 5 or 6 years of an ordinary human's life. It was not long, but it was not short either. At least, he taught Dagolin the right way to fight, as well as some unique skills of the dwarves. Of course, because of racial differences, Dagolin, as a human, could never fight like a real dwarf. It was just like how he could never be like the dwarf with his super good liver who could drink a whole barrel of beer without getting drunk. So, until the dwarf left Taka City, Dugalin's record of consecutive victories was only 3. Moreover, even if it was only 3 consecutive victories, Dagolin almost lost his life. If there were no accidents, he would not be able to walk out of the grand arena as a free man. If he continued to fight, he would die. In the end, the dwarf freelance gladiator used all the income he had earned in the grand arena over the years to buy a 3-month recuperation period for Dagolin. During this period, he did not have to risk his life to participate in the gladiator competitions. He could take the opportunity to recuperate. However, even the dwarf felt that he had only delayed the end of Dugalin's life by 3 months. And this sense of powerlessness and loss might have been the real reason why the dwarf had left the grand arena, or even the Ashen world, disheartened. After the dwarf free gladiators left, Dagolin, who had no one to protect him, was naturally bullied. Many gladiators even bet on how many gladiators he would be able to survive after 3 months of recuperation to bet on him. In the first month of the 3-month recuperation period, Dugolin's heart was dead. Every day, other than eating and drinking, he would lie on his bed and sleep. In the second month, Dagolin began to occasionally go to the side of the grand arena to watch other gladiators fight to the death. This was something he had never experienced before, because the dwarf would urge him to practice martial arts whenever he was free. At the beginning of the 3rd month, in the eyes of others, Dagolin did not know what was wrong with him. He actually sold a set of steel half-body plate armor that the dwarf had left for him at a low price to the grand arena, as well as a dwarf's broadaxe that was made of well-tempered steel. After receiving the silver cate that he got from selling the superior weapon, Dagolin bought an ordinary dagger that had no other advantages other than the common buff spell Cat's Grace. It was an ordinary dagger that did not have any other advantages. Even so, he sold the dagger at a low price to the grand arena, but the items he bought were extremely expensive. Therefore, in the end, Dagolin did not even have the money to buy himself a leather armor, a leather shield, or other protective equipment. However, no one knew if he was not fated to die, or if he was really enlightened and suddenly understood some problems. But Dagolin actually survived the first gladiator battle after the recuperation period, which many gladiators thought he would definitely die. His opponent that time was a gladiator with a sword and shield that was very popular in the grand arena at that time. His opponent was 7 or 8 years older than Dagolin, and he was in the prime of his health. He was also very experienced, and he was good at using a sword and a shield. He was good at both offense and defense, and he was very difficult to deal with. At that time, everyone thought that Dagolin would become his opponent's stepping stone, and he would be hacked to death by the gladiator with a sword and shield. However, after the gladiator battle started, he changed his fighting style. He did not pay attention to heavy attacks, and he fought steadily and steadily. He also focused on offense and defense. Instead, he was more like an assassin. His movements were unpredictable, and he jumped up and down, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He exhausted the gladiator with a sword and shield, and then killed him with a sneak attack. Since then, Dagolin had continuously encountered fishnet gladiators, pursuers, and double-blade gladiators. In the last gladiator battle before he walked out of the grand arena, he actually encountered an orc gladiator with a heavy cavalry riding on a 6-legged horse, and 2 desert elf archers riding on gray-scaled birds with crossbows in their hands. However, in the end, he relied on a dagger to successfully counterattack. Of course, after that battle, Dagolin was almost beaten to death. He did not know how many of his ribs were broken, and he could not even sit up straight for a long time in the future. His right leg was also trampled by the 6-legged horse, and he became a cripple. However, no matter what, Dagolin had indeed completed a 30-match winning streak. He successfully walked out of the grand arena before he was 20 years old, and he became a free man again. Although his body could no longer continue to fight, he relied on the rewards from the audience that he accumulated as a gladiator, especially when he became a celebrity gladiator in the later stage. Without applying for a loan from the Chamber of Commerce, Dagolin built his own freshwater production factory. Through years of operation, he first earned back his capital, then made profits, and then invested to expand the scale of production. Currently, Dagolin had more than 50 community freshwater production factories. Although it was only 1/10 of the total number of freshwater production factories. In fact, almost 1/3 of the water used by Dugolin's industry was supplied by Dugolin's industry. When he was in his early 40s, Dagolin had an indisputable advantage, and was elected as the guild leader of the freshwater industry. If he was not so serious, Dugulin's life experience might more or less be considered as a protagonist template. However, he had never thought of it that way. How many times had he reviewed the first half of his life? This successful guild leader and former champion gladiator of the Grand Colosseum kept thinking about it. Most of the hardships in the past had to do with the name that the dwarves had bestowed upon him, sword of indomitable resolve. He would not give up. As long as he did not die, he would continue to fight. The rewards that came from fighting were so sweet. Chapter 1048. Kuzu, what do you think I should do? Standing in the alley and staring at the brightly lit Sugard's house, Dogolin whispered to the little devil on his shoulder. Although the little devil had expressed many times that he did not dare to sit on the shoulder of a reaper, Dogolin still used the story of holding Huang Qingsang's hand to educate him. This was not overstepping his authority, and the little devil was no different from a hawk or a dog. He told him not to take himself too seriously. Master, Kuzu folded his wings. If it were not for the horns on his head, he would have looked like a large mouse. I calculated the time. The guards of Taka City pass by here every day at this time. Edgar killed his father, Sugard, his stepmother, and his little brother. It seems that the situation has been exposed. After all, he is not an experienced killer, so there is nothing suspicious about him making some noise. It seemed like he was stating a fact instead of answering, but this was the shrewdness of the little devil. The roar of the order from afar, the sound of leather boots on the ground, the clattering of hooves, and the clanking of metal seemed to confirm his words. Even Dogolin, who had become a reaper, had to admit that in terms of scheming, humans were far inferior to the Batsa devil. Those demons were naturally experts in scheming. Their talents were high, and with the support of their diligence, how could their achievements be low? In fact, the reason why Dogolin became a reaper was similar to the unlucky child, Edgar. It was because he unknowingly fell into the trap of an unknown devil. He indeed became a reaper last month. At that time, Dogolin, who was already the president of the Freshwater Production Association, wanted to fulfill the prophecy of the sword of never giving up. He wanted to move up and become the real leader of this industry. At least, he had to let his industry occupy more than half of the Taka City market. In order to achieve this goal, in addition to letting the little devil, Kuzu, run around, he also took out the dagger that he used to survive in the Grand Arena. Just in case, Dogolin specifically found a black-robed mage and spent money to add a few more magic effects to the weapon. In order to save costs, the black-robed mage didn't use his own spell slot. He simply used a spell scroll that his teacher had obtained a long time ago to enchant the dagger. There were a total of 3 effects. The first was to strengthen the dagger's original cat's elegance, then add a sharpness spell and a slightly more expensive vampiric touch version of the dagger. However, who would have thought that it was the stinginess of that spellcaster that caused Gorin to fall into his trap? The magic scroll, with the secondary version of vampiric touch, looked like ordinary parchment, but it was actually a piece of skin from a middle demon. It was not the black-robed mage's teacher, who had traveled to the Ashes world. Instead, it was the unreasonable hand that had been casually thrown into the Ashes world by a senior demon hundreds of years ago. Perhaps the senior demon didn't have any big plans. He just thought that although the secondary version of vampiric touch was not a very valuable treasure, it would not be used by ordinary people. Using the hidden cards, the senior demon had a high probability of capturing a decent mortal soul. This was a long-term business. It would make a lot of money, but the probability of losing money was also low. However, because of the sudden change in the Ashes world a few months ago, although only a few people knew the truth, the senior demon's long-term business had encountered the law of surprise. when Dogolin picked up the dagger. The senior demon not only did not obtain the former's soul, but also, because the former was in accordance with a certain law of hell, it was forcibly deprived of some of its power and fed back to Dogolin. In this way, Dogolin directly fell into depravity and became a middle demon harvester. This was a kind of demon that was famous in Bartho. A large number of harvester workers worked on the front line of the main material plane, rushing about for the depravity of mortals. For example, now, he could earn about 300 silver cats a year from the Sugard family's freshwater production plant, and his family's market share increased by an entire block, and the price was only a little more than a month's worth of saliva from the little demon Kuzu. This was a very good deal. However, Dogolin felt that it could be even better. In the eyes of a harvester, the garrison of Taka City was not a good-for-nothing, but it would not have a higher evaluation. After all, those guys were not tough nails like the city guards or the supervision team of the scale of perpetual order. The toughest weapons in their hands were just some flintlock guns. If it were not for the fact that the captain of the garrison had a complete military version of the fanatic armor, the squad leaders under his command were also equipped with a simplified version of the half-fanatic armor, and the headquarters had a mage group led by a black-robed mage and 5 or 6 gray-robed mages as auxiliary mages. The Taka garrison might not be as elite as the guards of some of the local big families and guilds. For a routine night patrol like today, the garrison would not have any spellcasters with them. After all, as one of the first cities to join the scale of perpetual order, Taka City had been peaceful for a long time, except for the chaos caused by the demonic fish 30 years ago, which was wiped out by the Chamber of Commerce. This important city in the south, which was originally part of Medica's territory, had always been peaceful. The current emir was actually the third generation of the family leader who had formed an alliance with the Chamber of Commerce. Because of this, the emir family had been the governor of Taka City for more than 50 years. It was almost no different from swaggering. Dogolin used an illusion on himself and Kuzu, and then followed the patrolmen who rushed into the mansion because they heard the call for help and walked into the mansion together. They saw Edgar, who was holding a blood-stained shovel in his hand, trying to escape in panic. The young man who had just committed a heinous crime was so scared that he almost peed his pants. 7 or 8 flintlock guns were aimed at him. No matter where he ran, he would be shot into a ragged doll-like corpse. How happy he felt when he committed the heinous crime of killing his loved ones was how terrible he felt now. There was no doubt that he would not be able to escape this time. Kuzu, where are you? Come and save me. Didn't you say you would help me? Edgar threw the shovel aside. When he was on the ground and was tied up with ropes by the garrison patrols, he suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. He had an agreement with his little angel friend. The other party said that he would be a lookout for him and that there would be no mistakes in tonight's incident. Shut up, you vicious murderer. A garrison soldier whipped Edgar's face with the butt of his gun. Half of his face was red and swollen, and a few of his teeth were broken. Edgar was hit so hard that he could not say anything. Even his high spirit, which was produced by the secretion of a large amount of adrenaline, disappeared in an instant and turned into a pile of mud. Chapter 1049. It's really useless. Dogolin, who was invisible, saw this scene and frowned. He then scratched his temples with the dagger as if he was scratching an itch. I have already committed enough evil deeds to become a Batsu, but in the end, even if I become a devil, I can only become an inferior demon. Really, let's do it this way. It was his first time doing this kind of thing, so he couldn't ask for too much. The newly promoted demonic reaper, Dogolin, advised himself not to be stubborn. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and used the dagger to cut off a small piece of skin from his tail. Even if he was a devil, such a palm-sized wound would heal itself in a short while. However, Dagolin did not even frown when he cut himself. He was definitely a ruthless person. Anyway, as a bystander, Kuzu felt that she could not be so ruthless to herself. Humph! Perhaps he sensed the thoughts of the little devil on his shoulder. Dagolin could not help but snort coldly. However, he did not stop the movement of his hands. Because the dagger had a secondary version of vampire's touch, the skin that was cut off was quickly dehydrated and turned into a parchment-like material. Dagolin used his hand to touch it, and in an instant, hundreds of infernal runes appeared on the parchment. This was not an infernal contract, like a contract demon. The Reaper's rank was still not high enough, and he needed to advance at least once before he could become a contract demon. Instead, it was a hell bond that the Reaper used his innate ability to conjure up. Its function was relatively simple, and it could only be used to lend power to mortals and devils. Of course, the power that he could lend to mortals was not much, and the time he could lend it was not long. However, after accepting the power of the devil, most mortals would not be able to withstand the tempering of evil and would fall. They would be marked with the devil's mark, and after death, they would fall into the 9 prisons of Bader and become the raw material for the soul shell. The soul shell was not a formless smoke, nor was it a hard shell in the literal sense. On the contrary, they were creatures of flesh and blood. They were close to what they looked like when they were alive, but they were covered in filth. However, they were covered in filth and seemed to be slightly more resilient. The diseases and injuries they suffered at the last moment of their lives still remained on their bodies. Those who did not fall to the ground before they died could still move freely, but those who were severely injured could only stay where they were. When a ship full of soul shells was transported to a place of torture, the black-hearted devil bureaucrats called Anzu would read the symbol of each soul and record the name of the devil responsible for harvesting it in a thick ledger. Next, these soul shells would be transported to terrifying rooms with all sorts of torture methods. The land of torment was usually managed and supervised by the lustful demons. They would regularly send reports to the lords at the peak of the soul harvest. When determining whether a devil active in the prime material plane could be promoted, these reports would be the most crucial basis. For most of the harvesters who used the dead of hell to corrupt people, at this point, he could get back his principal and interest. This was all they harvested. Then, when the relevant paperwork was compiled, copied, and filed, the soul shell would be subjected to a series of terrifying tortures. Just imagining the abominable details could make even the most determined mortal break out in cold sweat and panic all day long. According to the terms of the contract of Primordial, as every bit of the petitioner's remaining personality was slowly stripped away, magic energy would be released and flow to the Lord of the Level. The interrogation team, made up of chain devils covered in chains and pain devils wearing masks, threatened and injured the fallen souls mercilessly until every bit of magic that could be extracted from their bodies was extracted. When the last vestiges of humanity were violently torn away from the body of a soul shell, the trembling, empty shell would be thrown into a deep pit, such as the terrible maggot's cave, in Avernus. There, they would quickly die, decay, and be reborn as inferior demons, the lowest existence of all devils. In this assembly line devil production process, the ones who earned the most benefits were usually the few devil lords in the various planes of Bader. Next were the secondary devil lords, or archdevils, who owned the various lands of torment. Then, according to the strict hierarchy, the remaining benefits would be distributed to the screws of each process. Of course, this distribution method was not without exceptions. For example, if a harvester found a very suitable fallen soul, it did not need to go through the process of polishing the soul shell and could directly transform into a devil. Then, According to the contract of Primordial, all the magic energy obtained by extracting the soul could be obtained by the harvester to benefit itself. Dagolin wanted to try such a deal now. Whether he succeeded or not, it was another matter. Whether he did it or not, he would definitely choose to do it. Go. He threw the completed Debt of Hell to Kuzu and said to the little devil, "Give it this bond. Once the deal is done, you and I will split the profits." Kuzu's eyes lit up. The little devil vaguely felt that this trip was worth it. Flying a few dozen yards away, it could obtain half of the power of a fallen soul. This was a great deal, and he felt that he had made a fortune this time. Just wait and see. Kuzu laughed. He held the Debt of Hell that was made from the skin of a harvester and flew to Kinslayer Edgar, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog in the courtyard. "Don't panic. I'm here to give you a treasure." "Got it." However, just as the imp tried to communicate with Edgar using telepathy, he was suddenly struck by 7 to 8 flintlock pistols before he could even complete his sentence. Kuzu, who had flown to Edgar's side and hovered over the youth's head, did not notice that her invisibility spell had been silently withdrawn by the harvester. In no time at all, the frail low-tier demon was torn apart by the bullets from the pistols. Blood spurted out, and his flesh was badly mutilated. With a soft thud, the little devil fell directly in front of Edgar and died with his eyes wide open. What was strange was that his body did not dissolve into a pool of foam and move stealthily like the demons who died in the material plane. Instead, it lay flat on the ground, lifeless. The Hell's Debt that he held in his hand fell to the ground with Kuzu, and coincidentally, it landed on Edgar's head. Like a drop of ink in a cup, the small piece of paper disappeared without a trace. "I'm going to kill you all." Edgar's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly struggled to get up from the ground. Because his hands were tied behind his back, he could not put his fist in front of his face. However, Edgar was bewitched by an unknown rage. After committing a great crime, he buried his head and charged at the garrison soldier beside him. He used his head to knock the soldiers, but over, and the soldier fell hard on the ground. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk a few more gunshots were heard, and the flintlock bullets hit Edgar's body, taking away the young man who had basically lost his mind. His body fell on the little devil Kuzu, and the latter's sharp horn pierced through Edgar's body's stomach. Their blood mixed together and seemed to have some kind of reaction, turning into a highly corrosive acidic solution. This blood, which was very similar to the acidic solution, corroded Edgar and Kuzu's bodies into a pile of mud at a very unreasonable speed. The rope that tied Edgar's 2 arms behind his back also lost its function because his arms had been completely corroded. Asterisk gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Asterisk a lump of something that looked like a slime monster suddenly emerged from the pile of mud. It had vague facial features, which made the monster look even more terrifying, but it could not see, hear, or smell any information around it. It was a newly born inferior demon without any intelligence to speak of. It trembled and writhed, forever enduring the severe physical pain. After becoming an inferior demon, it no longer retained the slightest memory of its mortal life. Although these pitiful and tragic creatures could not even have the slightest bit of conscious thought, somehow they could vaguely realize that the opportunity for advancement was waiting for them. The only thing they needed to do was to find a way to show their innate evil nature. As mentioned before, the inferior demons could not see, hear, or smell any information around them. But even so, they still had a way to perceive some things around them. For example, Edgar, who had transformed into a lesser demon, could still sense the presence of several Taka City garrison force soldiers beside him. The reason was very simple. Even if the mortals had a belly full of evil in their hearts, they could not be filled with evil thoughts like a real demon. In the inferior demon's pitiful senses, as long as the mortals had a little bit of kindness. It was as obvious as a bonfire lit in the dark night. Therefore, the newly born inferior demon instinctively pounced on the soldiers. Even though it didn't know how to kill, it relied on its body, which was similar to the ooze, to ignore the damage of ordinary flames and bullets. It could pour its mud-like body into the mouth, nostrils, and ears of the enemy, gouging out the enemy's eyeballs. It shared the pain it suffered with the mortals. Seeing this scene, Gorlin, the demonic reaper, could not help but laugh. Then he removed the concealment spell on his body. Just now, he had absorbed all the power that could be extracted from a complete, fallen soul. For a harvester who was only an intermediate devil, it was as carefree as drinking a large cup of nectar. He decided to move around a bit, tossing the enchanted dagger in his hand up and down. This guy walked with the footsteps of a rogue trained in the grand arena. He slowly walked behind the garrison soldiers who were entangled with the lesser demons. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The corner of Dugalin's mouth curled up. He remembered that he had participated in several free-for-all gladiatorial performances. At that time, he was also like this, playing the role of the final reaper. The first one, the reaper handed over the dagger, while counting silently in his heart. Psst, the sharp blade pierced into flesh, and a soft sound rang out. However, this sound did not come from one of the soldiers who had been ambushed. Instead, it came from Dagolin, who involuntarily clutched his neck. A line of blood had appeared on his neck. Moreover, there was a wound, but not a drop of blood flowed out from the wound. This was because the weapon that cut the wound was enhanced with the advanced version of Vampire's Touch. The 35th one. After confirming that the Reaper was completely dead, Jarl Axel, the leader of the Diet Dark Elf mercenary group, recorded a number in a small book. This was his account book. He could use the records in it to collect the bounty from the scale of perpetual order, the few garrison soldiers of Taka City who spent a lot of effort, and finally killed the inferior demon with an alchemy bomb, saw the corpse of the evil demon on the ground. At the same time, they saw the secret agent token of the Chamber of Commerce in Jarlaxle's hand. They all chose to keep their mouths shut and did not dare to ask more. Chapter 1050. To the west of the Desert Elves' sacred mountain, about 500 pale sands away, there was another famous mountain in the Ash world. It had a famous name, Thundercliff. At the same time, this place was the traditional core of the Blue Dragon Clan's territory. It was the birthplace of the Dragon Clan's kobolds, their ancestral home. As the scale of perpetual order spread across the world, the Dragon Clan's kobolds slowly developed and became more civilized. Only near the ancient residence of Thundercliff, some Dragon Clan kobolds still maintained their original tribal social structure. For example, Thundertooth Town. The Dragon Clan was one of the first 3 major tribes of kobolds, the Sharptooth tribe, which had taken root here. Relying on a branch of the Thundercliff, they built a town in the vast sea of sand. Unlike many kobolds from other material planes, perhaps because the natural conditions of the Ash world were too harsh, the desert kobolds were much stronger and tougher than other kobolds. When they stood up, they were about 1/3 taller than other kobolds, between 3 feet and 3 feet 6 inches tall. Their average weight was more than 40 pounds, and some could even reach 60 pounds. They had scaly skin between reddish-brown and black, and their eyes ranged from birch to red. Their legs were muscular and walked on toes. They had long clawed fingers, crocodile-like jaws, and small white or brown horns protruding from their heads. They also had a long tail like a mouse. They did not have the stench of wet dogs or dead puddles that other kobolds often had. Instead, they smelled like dry sand. Kobolds were very prolific oviparous creatures, and they had the highest birth rate among humanoid creatures. However, Unlike other species, although the desert kobold's reproduction rate was higher than that of other humanoid creatures, it was not as exaggerated as that of ordinary kobolds. A pregnant female desert kobold would lay her eggs within 2 weeks. Only about 1 in 10 pregnant women would lay 2 eggs. An egg needed about 2 months to incubate, and a newly hatched kobold could walk within a few hours. Compared to ordinary kobolds, the eggs of desert kobolds were especially sturdy. Even if these eggs were to break 15 days earlier, most of the hatchlings would survive. The desert kobold hatchlings matured very quickly, and they would reach adolescence in 7 or 8 years. They often laid eggs in a common nest, and special adoptive parents would take care of these eggs and hatchlings. All the Dragon Clan kobold hatchlings also had to receive 3 years of compulsory training prescribed by the Great Master of Megalosaurus Keys. In these 3 years, the hatchlings had to learn language, mathematics, and some other basic knowledge, as well as corresponding combat skills. When they reached adulthood, if they wanted to enter the Chamber of Commerce to engage in more professional work, they had to undergo induction training of varying lengths. This is definitely the best era. In the Kobold clan, many elders who had lived long enough would use this sentence to educate the younger generation of the clan. They had a deep understanding of the benefits of receiving education, not to mention the implementation of this compulsory education system for nearly 50 years. There were many spellcasters with the blood of warlocks among the Dragon Clan kobolds near Thundercliff. Just look at those Dragon Clan employees who held various positions in various departments of the Chamber of Commerce. Compared to their ancestors who could only hold worn-out swords and spears in front of the battlefield in the past, weren't they extremely lucky? Although education might not be able to change everyone's life, receiving education was a way out for everyone. In Thundertooth Town, the most famous bard, Dijin, completely agreed with this point of view. If it were not for the compulsory education system set by the Great Master of Megalosaurus, desert kobolds like him, who were born with some congenital deficiencies, would have died within a few years even if they had lived to adulthood. They would not have had the opportunity to go out and travel to the Ashes world and the Ramsey world, and then return home to become a star. He bought a medium-sized shop on Dragon's Tooth Road, the busiest street in Thundertooth Town. Every day, he would go on stage to tell stories, sing, and perform. He compiled his experiences in a foreign land and told the townsfolk in the form of bards. He also earned his daily income through the latter's tips. Because he was knowledgeable and his rapping was very interesting, his shop was full every day with customers coming in and out. Even some of the surrounding towns, and even the nearby city of Nome, would have regular customers come to listen to his stories. What's more, there were several shops around his shop that specialized in fast food and snacks. They were all making a lot of money because of Dijin. Not only could they make money by selling food, but they could also earn 2 or 3 silver cats by renting tables and chairs to customers who did not have a place to stay in Dijin's shop. However, just like the saying, the moon waxes and wanes, after Dijin returned to his hometown to run the bard shop and earn a lot of fame and a lot of silver cats, he was now a little worried. He was almost done telling the stories in his stomach. No matter how many plots and twists he arranged, if he continued to tell stories for 3 or 4 years, he would eventually run out of stories to sing. Finally, on this day, Dijin decided to hang a closed sign in front of the shop. He carried his backpack and hiking stick and went out for a stroll for a while. It was not only for the sake of collecting wind, but also to give himself a break and change his mood. As for whether he was going to travel to other countries on the Leviathan airship, he had not decided yet. Perhaps he had to go to the island world that he had never been to before, as well as the sigil city that was said to be occupied by the scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce. Or perhaps he just needed to stay near Thundercliff and see the scenery that he hadn't seen since he returned to his hometown. Then he would have new inspiration, create new works, and continue to open his shop when he returned. Walking on the path outside Thundertooth Town, Dijin hummed a poem that he had just made up. His mood was like floating clouds. Kobolds pick up hoes. Wow. Catch a rat. Eat it. Dig for treasure. Someone will buy it. Dwarfs like shiny things. We like wax. The best thing that flows out of a whale's brain. Take a small amount of money. Buy wax to play with. Bandits with knives. Rush to rob money. Smashing while scaring. How scary. Note, do not think about the name Dijin. Dijin the Bards was the most famous kobold character in D&D. He adventured in the north in the year 1370 of the Valley Calendar until he became a shop owner a few years later. He appeared in Under the Vulture Point, The Dragon Queen's Treasure Mountain, The Return of Randall Moan, The Rise of Tiamat, The Secret of the Haunted Spider, Sword of the Valley, Tomb of Oblivion, and The Tomb of Damara. He was also involved in the video games Baldur's Gate 3 and Neverwinter Nights, OL. Chapter 10:51. Dijin carefully observed these 7-foot-tall humanoid creatures. Their skin was slightly gray, their noses were black, and their faces were like dogs. They were ugly, but what really bothered the kobold of the Dragon Clan was the spears and bows in their hands that were blocking the way. The bard recognized these creatures. He had seen them in books when he was young, and he had also seen gnolls who were confiscated of their property and forced to work in the labor camps in Japan. In the general handbook that every kobold youth of the Dragon Clan had to read, they were described as follows. Gnolls are huge, evil humanoid creatures that are like coyotes. Although they always move in groups, they are very loosely organized. They walk upright on 2 feet, and their hands are like normal humans, and they can use tools. Gnolls have dark green skin, and the color near the snout is darker. Their yellow hair has a little grayish red. Gnolls have their own language, but some also speak the language of orcs or goblins. When the group of gnolls dressed as bandits appeared in front of him, Dijin considered whether he should turn around and run. However, if he dared to turn his head, either the spear would pierce his body, or he would be hit by an arrow. Dijin could only stand still. Among the gnolls, there was a tall guy with bright red hair. He had been staring at Dijin for a long time. "What are you thinking about?" Little Dijin asked in a calm tone. Although he recognized the gnolls, this was the first time he had dealt with them. According to the general handbook, gnolls were similar to goblins. They were evil, capricious, and very dangerous. The gnolls did not move, nor did they make a sound. Dijin knew that those guys were weighing the pros and cons. If they killed a sharp-toothed kobold near the Dragon Clan's sharp-toothed tribe, they would most likely be severely punished. However, the small rattan suitcase on his back was very attractive. If they wanted to live, they had to take advantage of the gnolls' hesitation. Dijin was a bard. Although it was a relatively uncommon jack of all trades type of profession, it did not mean that he did not have considerable combat power. In fact, a bard could cast spells like a warlock. In particular, little Dijin was a celebrity bard. The more charismatic he was, the easier it would be for him to cast some bard spells. He waved his hand, and a harmless purple flame appeared around the gnolls. Atmosphere flame, a trick used by bards to set up the atmosphere. It could summon a cluster of colorful flames on the target. Although it couldn't cause any fire damage to the target, the weird demonic fire could mark the target and see through some camouflage. Now, Dijin had also developed another use for the atmosphere flame to scare those uneducated gnolls. And just as he wished, a jackhallen immediately fell to the ground in fear. However, the rest of the jackalans quieted down under the gesture of their experienced leader. They still looked around anxiously, not knowing what to do. The gnoll leader looked back at his companions, as if he was estimating the power of the flames. Then, He lowered the spear in his hand, not allowing the tip of the spear to point at the dog-headed man from the dragon family clan. At the same time, he motioned for his companions to do the same. Jin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the Knoll leader spoke for a while in a language that the bard could not understand. After seeing little Jin's puzzled expression, he simply repeated it in the goblin language and the dog-headed man language. Jin could understand the goblin language, so naturally the dog-headed man language was not a problem. However, because the Knoll leader's accent was very strange, he could only recognize a few words intermittently, such as friend, leader, and so on. I'll go with you? Jin tried to imitate the goblin language with the strange accent. The Knoll leader roared a few times. This time, the bard could only understand the meaning of the last word. Ally? Ally! The Knoll leader shouted. The other Jackalans smiled in relief and patted each other's backs in relief. Next, the dog-headed bard and the group of Knolls walked along the winding path and walked to a small forest beside the road. The Knolls kept a distance from him and did not walk together. Jin did not know if this action was out of respect for his identity as a spellcaster or for other reasons. But he guessed that maybe those guys knew that they had a strong stench on them that could not be washed away even after bathing. The Knoll leader occasionally came over to chat, and from time to time, he would playfully wink and rub his thick, meaty palms to express his excitement. Jin could not understand what the Knoll leader was saying, but the Knoll leader kept smacking his lips, so the bard guessed that they were going to attend a banquet. It did not take long for them to reach the destination of their trip. In a small oasis surrounded by windbreak trees, there was a camp surrounded by several caravans. From the flags on the caravans, it should be a caravan from a noble family in a small place in the destroyed Medici Empire. The flag was painted with the style of the Medici Empire. The scale of perpetual order had now completely taken over the Medici Empire, and the great Megalosaurus Keys had also become the de facto master of this country. However, the Chamber of Commerce did not eliminate the original forces of the empire. As long as they followed the rules, the Chamber of Commerce and the benevolent Megalosaurus would still allow them to survive on this land. Many small nobles who originally lived in various parts of the Medici Empire had now devoted themselves to business in order to maintain their family's expenses. In this regard, the scale of perpetual order's attitude was to neither deliberately support nor suppress them. As long as they followed the rules of business and did not sell contraband, the profits and losses would be their own. However, because these nobles' caravans did not belong to the scale of perpetual order, they became a delicacy in the eyes of many bandits. Under the cover of the thorny bushes, the Knolls stopped about 500 yards away from the camp. Jin could see that these guys did not have good intentions towards the caravan that was camping. They had already gathered into a battle formation. In order to conserve drinking water and energy, the desert's caravans usually stayed in the day and moved at night. They would only start moving in the evening. At this time, it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The hottest time of the day had just passed. The caravan would set off in 3 or 4 hourglasses. The 2 or 3 guards on duty also relaxed their vigilance and prepared to stare at each other for a while to recover their energy. A caravan, the Knoll leader whispered above Jin's head. This time, he deliberately spoke slowly to make sure that the kobold bard could fully understand him. 5 men plus 2 women, a young woman, another young Knoll eagerly added. The Knoll leader glared at his fellow Knoll and concluded with a low growl. And 5 young men. Enemies, the leader said. The Knoll leader began to chatter again. Jin could only understand intermittently. Humans, weak slaves. The rest of the Knolls were worried that the kobold bard would change his attitude. They fiddled with their weapons uneasily and looked at each other. 5 men, Dijin asked. He was not sure why this guy did not mention the goods. Did he just want to kill them to vent his anger? The Knoll leader slammed the ground with his spear. Kill the old men. Take the young ones. Women? Dijin asked again. A few Knolls showed an evil smile instead of answering. Chapter 1052. The clatter of castanets, the rumble of brass drums. By the way, the ranger rushed forward at lightning speed. Before the spear moved, he had already closed in with his sword. The other 4 Knolls could only watch in shock as the 2 swords flashed quickly twice and tore the throat of their leader. The tall Knoll covered the wound with both hands and fell silently. The Knoll on the side was the first to recover from the shock. He raised his spear and rushed toward the ranger. The ranger deliberately waited until the last moment to dodge, just as the Knoll couldn't stop in time, and clumsily rushed past him. The ranger tripped over his opponent's ankle. The Knoll lost his balance and fell forward uncontrollably. The spear in his hand stabbed deeply into the chest of his stunned companion. The Knoll who accidentally killed his ally wanted to pull out his weapon, but the barbs at the tip of the spear hooked onto his spine and were firmly embedded in his poor companion's body. However, the heartless Knoll didn't care at all. He just wanted to get his weapon back. He showed disdain for his companion's painful expression and kept pulling and twisting the handle of the spear until the ranger crushed his skull with his sharp swords. The last Knoll thought that close combat was disadvantageous and planned to attack with a bow and arrow when the ranger wasn't paying attention. However, before he could fully draw his bow and arrow, a ferocious weasel jumped out and bit his ankle. This was naturally the ranger's backup plan. Thinking of defeat before the battle, it's still possible to kill the enemy. In the end, the ranger was an experienced and knowledgeable ranger. He had already put this group of Knolls into his net. If you want to know what happened next, listen to the next chapter. He received a round of applause, a full 10 copper debentures, and a large biscuit with fragrant barbecue. The bard, who had just finished telling a story, stood up and bowed to his audience to show his respect to those who provided for him. That ranger must be a druid, right? Otherwise, why would he have an animal companion? The adults left one after another and began to pack their bags, preparing to take advantage of the cool night to travel. A little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, stayed with the bard out of curiosity and asked him about the part of the story that she had just heard that puzzled her. Maybe, but he didn't tell me. Little Dijin shrugged his shoulders and put the small copper drum with a ferocious skunk engraved on its bottom into a compartment in the rattan trunk. Then he winked at the little listener and pretended to inadvertently reveal 2 hilts that were inserted into the side of the rattan box. They looked very similar to the handles. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she giggled. A ranger's story, she imitated Dijin's tone and shouted. Then the little girl skipped away. Little Dijin snapped his fingers with a smug look on his face. The satisfaction of sharing a secret with someone was very strange. After eating the biscuits and meat that were both dinner and breakfast, Dijin used his rattan box as a desk and compiled the story that he just told to the audience in the last light of the eternal blaze. Because the theme was very new, he was still slightly lacking in terms of phrasing. The team of merchants, on the other hand, had already set off on their new journey. That was Shaq, a thin and weak goblin. His name in the goblin language meant crucible without a handle. He was dragging his heavy feet and slowly walking up a slightly steep stone slope. He had to go back and report the results of the search. The bodies of the 5 Knolls were all buried in a thorny forest. The unfortunate goblin believed that Wugulu would not like to hear this news. But what choice did he have? Escape to the desert wilderness On the other side of the mountain? No, the great Wugulu would find him at all costs and tear the traitor's body apart with his great strength. So, in the end, Sark pushed aside the bush with his trembling hands and entered the cave where Wugulu lived. "You're finally back," a goblin near the entrance said to him. "You've been gone for 2 days. I thought you were dead outside." Another goblin asked, "Did you find the gnolls?" Sark nodded and sucked in a breath of cold air. His face turned pale in an instant. He took deep breaths, but still could not relieve his nervousness. "Is Wugulu inside?" he asked in a low voice. The 2 goblins looked at each other curiously. "He found the gnolls," one of them guessed. "But it's a pile of corpses. Wugulu will be furious," the other goblin said. At the same time, he lifted the thick curtain that led to the audience room with ill intentions. Sark looked behind him hesitantly and began to wonder if he should have come back. Perhaps running away was the right thing to do. But the goblin guard rudely pushed him into the audience room and blocked the entrance with a spear. The relationship between goblins, even if they were brothers, was terrible. Not long after birth, goblin cubs had to be completely self-reliant. In the tribe, these babies were treated like pets. Most tribes raised their children in cages or fences. This way, the adult goblins did not have to worry about their cubs running away. The mortality rate of goblin cubs was very high. Once the adult goblins could not raise them or there was a shortage of food, these unfortunate cubs would understand early on that the tribe still had a last rations to survive. How good would the relationship between goblins who grew up in such an environment be? Sark, who dragged his feet and tried his best to move forward, finally attracted the attention of the owner of the cave, Wugulu. Wugulu looked like a mountain giant. Hill giants were a type of giant, but they were probably the weakest type of giant. They were selfish and cunning creatures. They would hunt near their territory and make a living by robbing and dominating the nearby humanoid creatures. Although mountain giants had low intelligence, they were still very strong warriors. They had a barbaric appearance and looked a bit like apes. They had long arms, hunched backs, and wide foreheads. Even though mountain giants were the smallest among the giant race, their subcutaneous fat was famous for being thick. Their average height was 16 feet, and their weight was 4,500 pounds. Females and males had the same physique. Their skin was light brown, and some had a ruddy dark brown. Their hair was mostly brown or black, and their eyes were also black. Their lifespan was usually around 200 years. "Ah, Sark, your report?" Wugulu waved his hand and motioned for the goblin scout to come closer so that it would be easier for him to report. I... The poor goblin stuttered and could not speak. Wugulu's eyes instantly turned orange. Everyone who worked under this terrifying tyrant knew that this was a dangerous signal. "I found a gnoll," Sark blurted out. Even if he died, he would die a little later. "Dead. Killed. Dead?" Wugulu asked calmly. Sark nodded. "Dead," accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The huge mountain giant rushed in front of the goblin scout like a whirlwind. His eyes burned with orange flames of anger. Wugulu roared angrily again. As the number of goblins gradually decreased, some were killed by the caravan guards or other monsters, and some became tools for Wugulu to vent his anger. This group of gnolls had become his main plundering force. "Get up, useless goblin. Tell me how this happened, and who did it?" After venting his anger by roaring, Wugulu temporarily calmed down, and then asked the scout, who was lying on the ground and trembling. Sark tried to get up. After a minute, he finally managed to support his body with his knees. "I don't know," the goblin sobbed. "The gnolls are dead. There are knife wounds and bite marks on their bodies. However, I think they were killed by something. Not so big because the bite marks were on their ankles and the knife wounds were from the bottom up. Sark slowly moved his feet, trying to leave the interview room without attracting attention. But Wugulu stopped the goblin with his gaze. "Your report is good," the owner of the cave said. Sark sighed in relief. However, in the next second, Wugulu quickly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed the goblin's neck and lifted him up. "If you are willing to spend some time to investigate what happened to the gnolls, that would be even better." Sark almost lost consciousness. However, when half of the goblin's body was stuffed in Wugulu's mouth, Sark began to regret not fainting. Crunch, crunch, the mountain giant chewed in big mouthfuls and finally spat out a goblin skull with wide eyes. After all, no matter how much a goblin ate, it could not provide him with more power. There was no need to waste his teeth. He was not a real mountain giant, other than venting his anger. The main reason he chewed and swallowed the flesh was to accumulate power. Learn to control your anger, Wugulu warned himself. Before returning to Bader, you must learn this survival skill. Wugulu's head that looked like a mountain giant twisted, opened his mouth, and used his tongue to lick the flesh and broken bones between his teeth. He restrained himself and did not change back to his original form, because if he did, he would have to kill everyone who saw or could see his true appearance. If he really did that, the team that he had painstakingly gathered would be wasted. At least before the next full moon, I have to devour a valuable life. Otherwise, even if I become an adult after returning to the 9 prisons of Bader, my life will be in danger. Wugulu pondered as he waved his hand at a few goblin servants who were peering into the audience hall. "Bring some fine sand and brooms over. Clean this place up. We will be having a barbecue feast later." The goblins were already familiar with this guy's temperament, so the latter did not mind. Their minds were full of the barbecue feast that Wugulu mentioned, and whether they, as loyal servants, would have a chance to get a share of the pie. Chapter 10:53. The goblins guarding the door parted to both sides, in a panic, because the great Wugulu was striding through the curtain to the entrance of the cave. In the early morning, the fresh and cold mountain breeze blew on the demon hound, making him feel very comfortable. "It's a good day to work," he thought. The barbecue feast last night could be considered a success. At the very least, Wugulu had solved some of the problems in his own army. For example, there were no longer any old or sick goblins holding them back. The remaining goblins could sacrifice their lives for him without reservation. Another example was that all the goblin warriors who were qualified to sacrifice their lives for him had eaten their fill before going to the battlefield. Their stomachs had become round, and they could walk with more strength. Burying the gnolls means that the guy doesn't want to attract attention. Maybe he is a celebrity in this area. Saving a group of caravans out of kindness means that the guy may be a good person, but I don't know how long this good person will last. Wugulu thought to himself. As a creature from the 9 hells of Bartholomew, his intelligence was not low. At least, his intelligence was several levels higher than that of the hill giant he used to disguise himself. Therefore, it only took him a few minutes to figure out all the problems. Yesterday, he was angry because of the report from that guy, so he didn't want to ask about it and decided to hold a banquet to relax. At most, I'll go there myself, Wugulu thought. Although the ash world was indeed deep, he was still quite confident in his own strength. At the very least, the area around the Thunderpool town with a radius of 100 parsands was like a small puddle in his eyes. Wugulu groaned, as a last protest against the desire in his body, and then slowly walked down the mountain with great strides. He stopped at the entrance of the canyon, although there were several winding paths along the cliff to the bottom of the valley. It would take a long time to finish. The problem was that Wugulu was hungry. This was not physical hunger, but a little anxiety in his heart. This time, the primitive desire prevailed. He began to concentrate on sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding magic energy. Wugulu was not a creature from a material plane. After entering a material plane, otherworldly creatures would usually not lose the various abilities they possessed in their original domain. In the eyes of humans, these abilities were not much different from magic, so they were called spell-like abilities. After a period of time, Wugulu broke out of his meditative state. His eyes turned orange due to excitement as he looked at a canyon corridor below the cliff. It was about 4 to 5 miles away from him. After leaving Thundertooth Town, most of the caravans that ventured into the desert would choose to pass through this canyon corridor to reach Gnome City. A multicolored magic gate appeared in front of Wugulu out of thin air. He let out a thunderous laugh and pushed the magic gate open. On the other side of the door was the small piece of flat land that Wugulu had been staring at. He only needed to take one step forward to cross the distance barrier of the material world. He couldn't wait to carry out his plan. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk through the open door. When he stood on the path at the bottom of the canyon, he once again focused his mind to sense the magical energy. His muscles began to spasm continuously, and his bones creaked as they flowed through his body. Wugula's body began to disintegrate and reassemble, constantly compressing. His skin gradually turned light brown. When he moved his legs again, this fellow was no longer a mountain giant with a huge body, but a desert elf with light steps, changing into anything, looking like anything. This was the talent of the Wugulu race. However, this talent could only allow them to perfectly disguise themselves as two races. Even the extremely talented Wugulu could only disguise himself as 3 different appearances in the material plane. After all, he was a demon from the lower realm, not a shape-shifting monster. In order to have such a perfect disguise, they had to use a secret technique as support. Within a certain period of time, they had to completely devour a creature of the race that they wanted to disguise themselves as. For example, his current transformation was obtained by devouring a desert elf at midnight on the night of the last full moon. Because he had been using the appearance of a mountain giant as a disguise, after turning into a desert elf, he had to adapt slightly before he began his work. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting wood. He bent down and squatted down, carefully examining the tracks of the vehicles and the residue of the livestock on the ground of the canyon corridor. Different from the trade routes in the desert, the wind in this canyon corridor was smaller, and the traces of the trade caravans could be preserved for a while. Apart from the hunting skills that the desert elves had summed up based on their experience of nomadism for generations, Wugulu naturally did not forget to use his own spell-like abilities. At first, he found a few tracks that were probably left by the vehicles that passed through the canyon last night. Then, he snapped his fingers and performed a prophecy spell named Tracking, determining which track was the target that he really wanted to chase. Now that he knew the answer, he immediately aimed at the intermittent mark and started running in the canyon corridor with large strides. The eternal blaze had risen. Even though the trade caravans, who coveted the relatively cool temperature in the canyon corridor, did not strictly follow the way of desert merchants, such as nocturnal, they would still slow down out of habit. That gave Wugulu a good opportunity, because the desert elves were a race of stamina in the first place, and his real identity was a demon from the lower realm who could barely be tired. He would definitely catch up with the target that he was chasing. That was exactly what happened. Although Wugulu's heart was full of hunger, he still ran for 4 or 5 hourglasses. By the time the eternal blaze was hanging high in the sky, he saw the target that the tracks led to. There was no surprise at all. Neither the unexpected loss of Wagulu nor the unexpected luck of the business caravan made of small noble families showed up. He sneaked into the trade caravan, first knocked out the men who were guards, and then gathered all the children and women to be interrogated together with the men. After accidentally lashing the face of the crying little girl a few times, everyone in the trade caravan began to tell Wagulu everything that he wanted to know, including the hidden account books and goods. You dare to secretly sell moon candy? After looking at the hidden box of smuggled goods, Wagulu first picked up a moon candy that looked like a soft candy with interest, threw it into his mouth, chewed, and tasted it. It's indeed something that has been purified. If normal people eat it, they will inevitably have gorgeous hallucinations. If they eat it too much, they will undoubtedly be deeply fascinated by it. This guy, who was essentially a demon from the lower realm, showed such a sincere smile for the first time since he came to the Ash world. However, what he said next made the trade caravan, who had a glimmer of willingness to sacrifice their wealth to save their lives, completely give up hope. I'm sorry, but the moon candy is not on the same route as mine. Therefore, your role now is no different from what I expected. As he spoke, Wagulu, who was disguised as a desert elf, pulled out the scimitar in the scabbard at his waist and walked to the trade caravan members who were hung in a row. Chapter 1054. Even though some of the merchants who were 2 to 3 miles away from the canyon corridor could hear the sounds of fighting, it wasn't until several merchant groups had grouped together and gathered 30 armed guards that they dared to approach and see what was going on. A small merchant group had met with misfortune. The merchant group only had 4 large caravans pulled by horses. Judging from the clothing of the corpses on the ground, the owner of the merchant group should be a local noble who had fallen on hard times. He wasn't too old, at most in his early 30s. He, his 2 grown sons, and the 2 ladies who were presumably his wife and daughter, all wore embroidered family insignias on their clothing. Apart from that, there were 2 hired guards in the merchant group. They were fully armed, but their clothes weren't as exquisite as the owner's. Judging from the configuration of the merchant group, the owner and his 2 sons were probably responsible for the security of the merchant group. There were a total of 5 sword-bearers in the merchant group. In addition to the 2 crossbows found on top of the caravan, they should also be armed with crossbows for self-defense. There were empty packaging bags scattered around the caravans. There were bits and pieces of smoked meat scattered inside. It seemed that they had just purchased a few caravans of smoked meat from Thundertooth Town and were preparing to transport it back to Gnome City to be sold. However, the bandits who had cut off the path and killed them had taken all of the goods. Even their swords were left in their scabbards, and only 2 crossbow bolts were found. Strangely, however, the bandits didn't set fire to the caravans to destroy all the evidence after the murder. Furthermore, they had clearly taken all the goods in the caravans and all the weapons in the merchant group, but they had left a box at the bonfire pit in the middle of the camp. The people in charge of the merchant groups who had traveled extensively were all shrewd people. They could tell at a glance that this didn't make any sense. At length, after consulting with each other, it was decided that they should all open the chest and see what was in it, the implication being that if there was any trouble, they should all settle it together, and if there was any good, and they had found it together, they should all divide it equally. There was a medium-sized caravan. The boss owned 2 sand rhinoceroses and more than 30 caravans. He mainly engaged in the business of selling good farming tools and water extraction equipment. Among these caravans, his family business was considered the leader. In addition to the usual guards, he also hired a gray-robed mage to assist in the maintenance of the water extraction equipment. The mage was responsible for opening the box. After all, the box was a little strange, and the things inside were very likely to be a trap left behind by the bandits. The gray-robed mage took out an obsidian magic ball, absorbed some of its magic power, and cast Mage Hand. This spell could create an invisible hand out of thin air to help the caster grab or move something that wasn't too heavy, although it might not be enough to lift a box full of goods with Hand of Magic. It was not difficult to lift the lid of a crate. Asterisk clack. Asterisk the box was opened by the Mage Hand. After waiting for a while to make sure that there were no fatal crossbow bolts or scorching fireballs, the group of people slowly moved closer. However, when they saw the empty box, everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. What is this? A sharp-eyed guard saw something in the corner of the box. Out of caution, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and used the tip of his sword to pick it out. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was a soft, white ribbon about the width of a finger. Other than the gray-robed mage, no one recognized what it was, but the gray-robed mage didn't explain it to the group. He only suggested that they take the corpses of the merchant's family and the 2 guards to Gnome City in a caravan without a horse to pull the carriage. Hundreds of pairs of yellowed, bloodshot eyes were staring at a burly mountain giant as he passed through the camp. A short goblin followed closely beside the giant, carrying a bag that was about the same height as the giant. The goblin didn't like to come here because this was the orcs' fortress. Although the goblins' bandit group and the orc tribe were neighbors, their relationship wasn't harmonious at all. The leader of the orc tribe was called Gale, but he preferred his subordinates and others to call him Con Gale. Although he had given himself the title, it didn't count. In the past few years, Wugulu had interacted with Gale a few times. The Orc Khan had many spies in the mountains. In fact, if not for the fact that the goblins in Wugulu's group were always accidentally killed by him, with the goblins' reproductive ability, they would have long outnumbered the Orc tribe. Although the price was high, they were good partners in hunting caravans and small nomadic tribes. A few large orcs deliberately blocked the path of the mountain giant, shoving him roughly in an attempt to provoke him. Although he wanted to beat up these stinking orcs, Wugulu wisely chose to ignore them. As for the goblin, seeing so many unfriendly orcs, he was already trembling with fear. Even if he was bullied, he didn't dare to say anything. In fact, every time Wugulu came here, the orcs would play such tricks, deliberately bumping into him, inadvertently spitting saliva on his legs, or doing anything to provoke a fight. This didn't mean that these idiots were brave, but it was well known that when the orcs outnumbered their opponents by 100 times, their bad nature of bullying others would be exposed. As usual, a group of idiots walked behind Wugulu with their heads held high. When he and his goblin walked the last 50 yards, climbed the gravel ramp, and arrived at the entrance of Gale's cave, they followed even more closely. At this time, 2 large orcs waved long spears and jumped out from behind the stones at the entrance to intercept the intruders. "What are you doing here?" one of them asked in the orc language. The other stretched out his hand, as if asking for a reward. "Not paying this time," Wugulu replied, skillfully imitating their tone. With a mocking expression, he said, "This time, Gale will pay." The 2 orcs looked at each other with suspicious expressions. Then they roared and attacked Wugulu and the goblin he brought with him. At this time, an even larger orc hurriedly came out of the cave and interrupted their actions. Gale roared and rushed out, shaking off his guards. He strode towards Wugulu, as if he wasn't worried that the mountain giant, who was more than 5 feet taller than him, would kill him with a slap. This was because the half-orc Geli was far more cunning than his reckless appearance. He was wearing a full body plate armor that was said to have been bought at a high price from a shop in Gnome City that specialized in repairing the mad armor. Of course, it was impossible for him to buy, nor could he afford, even a genuine mad armor. No shop dared to take the risk of being pursued by the scale of perpetual order and sell that kind of strategically controlled power armor to anyone who didn't have the permission to buy it. In fact, Gale had only bought some pieces of armor that were removed from the damaged mad armor from the pile of scrap that was sent to the steel mill to be melted down. There was no repair value at all, and that almost emptied Gale's entire fortune. This guy was a little clever. He used the broken pieces of armor to piece together a set of armor that was similar to the mad armor. It was because of this that the black metal pieces on the outside of the armor were not flat, nor were there any decorations. However, the material of the armor itself was actually quite good, and the streamlined design and layered connections also reduced the power of the attack. 2 curved, long nails protruded from the armor's arms. Every joint on the armor was protected by a sharp triangular thorn. Therefore, the armor itself could be used as a weapon. Moreover, if he hit it with his bare hands, the only one who would be at a disadvantage would be the enemy who didn't have much eyesight. However, even so, Geller still liked to carry his greatsword on his back the most. It was a gorgeous enchanted weapon that could emit flames according to his will. It was also the biggest contributor to him being able to save enough money to buy the patchwork, pirated fanatic armor on his body, although Gale had always claimed that it was his ancestral treasure. Many orcs guessed that it actually came from an unlucky person who was killed by Gale. Gale snorted disdainfully, with an expression that said, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Ogilu looked down at Gale, and then stretched out his arm. All the orcs, including the arrogant Gale, involuntarily took a few steps back. But they immediately realized that although the hill giant was huge and stood tall, he was only one person. The orcs selectively ignored the goblin, which was actually not a prejudice. He picked up his little follower and, ignoring the latter's whimpering objections, directly threw the goblin and the bag he was carrying at the con of the half-orc race. Gale narrowed his eyes and quickly pulled out the enchanted sword on his back. He held the hilt with both hands and stabbed it forward. The goblin was impaled on the blade of the sword as if he was impaling a meatball. Then, the long sword ignited with a raging fire. The goblin was very unfortunate. After his death, he would inevitably be burned to ashes. At the same time, he was lucky because the pain of his throat being pierced by a sword was far less than that of being burned to death. The bag on the goblin's back fell to the ground with a thud. As the rope binding the bag's mouth was broken by the fire the moment it touched the ground, the contents were revealed. They were soft, finger-thick things that were similar to soft candy. Gale looked at them and rubbed the long sword on a half-orc beside him. The half-orc grimaced in pain because of the heat, and then put the sword back into the sheath. "How can I accept so many gifts?" Saying this, Geller bent down and reached for the bag on the ground. How could I accept so many gifts? However, what he touched was one of Ugulu's pillar-like legs. We'll talk about the deal later. The hill giant grinned. At the same time, a playful expression appeared on his face. "Can you let me have a taste of the sweetness first?" Huh! Gale was stunned. At this moment, Wugulu stretched out his hand and grabbed the orc guard, who had just asked him for money. Wrapping his hands around the orc guard's arms and torso, Wugulu directly sent the orc guard into his bloody mouth filled with a mouthful of ghastly white teeth, ignoring the orc's struggles and objections. Crunch, crunch. Chapter 1055. What kind of game are you playing? Geller looked at Wugulu coldly. However, seeing that the other party had come to him with a bag of moon candy, the Khan waited until the other party had swallowed the entire guard before he asked. Wugulu was no stranger to half-blooded creatures like orcs. He also knew how complicated their personalities were. In the eyes of many civilizations, orcs were monsters. This discrimination led to many misunderstandings and violence. Whether it was true or not, similar results were indeed everywhere. To be honest, orcs were rarely the product of love, because they had to fight endlessly to protect or prove themselves since they were young. Their growth was difficult, and they had to be as fast as possible. Orcs hated this kind of experience. It was also because of this that as they slowly grew up, they would gradually have the idea of playing the victim is better than playing the victim. Even some orcs who walked on the right path would not object to using violence to curb violence to practice justice, even if this kind of behavior would unknowingly confirm the prejudice of other civilizations. Generally speaking, orcs who could grow up were either raised by orc tribes or raised by human blood relatives. Most orcs who were raised by orc tribes would spend their lives to prove to pure-blooded orcs that their bravery was not inferior to the latter. Most orcs who grew up in cities or villages would decide to integrate into society as much as possible to prove to humans that they were not monsters. The thirst for self-proof spurred all orcs to strive for power and status in the society they lived in. And this was probably the reason why Geller liked to call himself the Khan of Orcs. Wugulu saw through Geller's intentions when he first met him a few years ago. Therefore, he had just swallowed one of his subordinates in front of him to test his patience. Geller was quite patient. It should be that bag of moon candy that gave Geller some ideas, and more an emotion called greed. Unlike Wugulu's gang, who made a living as bandits, although Geller led a tribe of more than 200 half-orcs, about 3/4 of them were more aggressive males, robbing caravans, and nomadic tribes traveling between oases and cities in the desert was actually just one of their side jobs. Their main business was information trading, stealing commodities, and selling all kinds of stolen goods. In other words, Geller had his own informants and his own customer group. It was precisely because of these two that his tribe could afford to raise more than 200 orcs. Every once in a while, some people would secretly come to Geller's tribe and pay the orcs to buy some goods they needed. Most of those goods were stolen goods stolen by orcs from nearby towns. Those who came to buy stolen goods were mostly guests from further places. They would transport these cheap stolen goods to their territory and then resell them. The reason why they didn't choose to sell goods in nearby towns, or rather, why Geller would carefully select some guests who didn't have connections in nearby towns, was to reduce the possibility of the stolen goods being recognized by the owners. Secondly, some of the stolen goods were hot goods, in the area where the scale of perpetual order had the strongest control over the market. Selling some things that were defined as prohibited goods was a bit too much. Geller didn't want to be chased and intercepted by the powerful Chamber of Commerce, which was simply a dead end. And skuma, red water skuma, and the moon candy purified by the first two were at the top of the prohibited goods list. Of course, in the eyes of some people, they were also some hot goods. If the bag of moon candy thrown by Wugulu's feet was sold to some guests from afar, the Khan of the Orcs could earn 7 or 8 gold drow daggers. It was not a silver cart or a copper debenture, but a gold drow spear forged by the scales of Eternity Merchant Guild. It was brand new and had clear markings on it. If this money was converted into food, the thorny rice, wheat flour, bacon, and vegetables bought would be enough to feed more than 200 members of the orc tribe for more than a year. Take it. Wugulu, who was in the form of a hill giant, wiped the blood on his mouth and stepped aside. However, Geller didn't take the bag himself. Instead, he asked one of his men to carefully step forward and pick up the bag of moon candy from the foot of the hill giant. Not only that, but the orc also pinched a soft candy the size of a fingernail and put it in his mouth to chew. Just as a sense of dizziness rose in his head, he hurriedly spat out the moon candy in his mouth, along with his saliva to the side. Then, he immediately pulled off the water bag tied to his belt and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Yes, that's moon candy. He reported to Geller, after finding a rope to tie the bag of moon candy, and holding it in his hand, Geller immediately looked like a different person. He said to Wugulu with a pleasant face, "Don't be so polite next time." It's getting late, and you've eaten. Go home early. Wugulu grinned. This guy is really shameless. If it weren't for the fact that most of his skills were based on the enchanted sword and the pirated fanatic armor, Wugulu even wanted to hold a ritual to devour it and see if it could increase his attributes. After all, there was nothing wrong with being thick-skinned. In the future, when he returned to the 9 prisons of Bader, he might need to be thick-skinned enough. This is just a bag of moon candy. Consider it a sample I'm showing you. Wugulu nodded, seemingly resigned to his fate that he couldn't get even a copper coin from the stingy Khan. But then he changed the topic. Neither you nor I can refine this stuff, and I found it in a caravan. Do you think that the caravan that I easily slaughtered has an alchemy potion master or some other spellcaster who can refine moon candy from skuma? Seeing Geller's somewhat moved expression, Wugulu grinned. This shows that the caravan is just a loose caravan. Their home is near this area, and there's a workshop that can refine moon candy in our territory. For that kind of thing, no matter if it's stolen or robbed, the people who produce it won't dare to spread it. Otherwise, their fate will be even more miserable than us thieves, incomparably miserable. The small eyes on the Beastman Khan, Gelly's big face, were rolling around. Obviously, he was thinking about something. Chapter 1056. This simple wooden building didn't seem too conspicuous in the south of Thundertooth Town. There were a few windows in the building, but they were either boarded up or barred, and there was no flat roof or balcony. Other than that, there were no words indicating the purpose of this building. There wasn't even a number on the door. Very few people in the city knew what this building was for. However, as soon as one walked through the iron door, the scene inside was dramatically different. Outside, one could only see old sun-faded wood. Inside, there were brightly colored walls, thick carpets, and gilded marble statues as decorations. Although this was only an alchemist's guild, its luxurious decorations were comparable to a ruler's palace. It was 3 stories above the street level, and 2 more were hidden beneath the ground. The highest floor was also the most luxurious. There were 5 rooms, an octagonal hall in the middle, and 4 side rooms around it. They were all designed for a certain person to enjoy comfort and convenience. This person's name was Gris, but he was more widely known in other places by his nickname, Devil's Stomach. Gris was the owner of Thundertooth Town's Alchemist Guild, and the actual creator of a complex business network. With his previous connections, he was able to provide the guild with cheaper raw materials. At the same time, he always ensured that he was the first person to enjoy the guild's spoils. Whether it was the gold coins earned or the various new products produced by the guild, he always put them into his own pocket or stomach. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth in the center of the highest floor. This was the audience room where he received people. Every time he walked a circle, he would stop and touch the shiny fur of the Black Panther lying next to his throne. A kind of anxiety that didn't seem like him appeared on the round face of the guild leader. When he wasn't stroking the imported leopard, the index finger and thumb of his hands behind his back would be nervously twiddling. His clothes were made of the highest quality silk, but other than the brooch on his coat, he didn't wear any jewelry that matched his status. Only his teeth shone with a pure gold light. On both sides of the hall stood a row of 4 mountain giants. Compared to them, Gris, who was almost 6 feet tall, looked like a dwarf. Coupled with his expensive yet low-key attire, Gris's appearance was indeed somewhat inconspicuous. When a loud knock came from the door, leading to the lower level, Gris almost jumped to his feet. He hesitated for a while. Although he was imagining that he was making that person wait uneasily, he actually needed time to calm down. Then he absent-mindedly bade one of the chamberlains to guard the door, while he himself ascended to the platform directly opposite the door and seated himself on the overstuffed throne, with one hand hanging down on his spoiled leopard. A lanky warrior walked in, a slender rapier at his waist swaying with each step he took. He wore a black cape that fluttered behind him and was fastened at the top to his neck. His thick brown curly hair fell around the cape. His clothes were dark and plain, but they were wrapped with many leather straps. At each intersection, something hung, such as a small crossbow, a dagger, or other small but practical weapons. His leather boots, polished to the point of no wrinkles, made rhythmic footsteps on the floor. The difference in the sound indicated that his steps were very steady. "Greetings, Gris," he said casually. When Gris saw the man, his eyes narrowed into slits. "Raven Hogue," he replied to the half-breed. The man approached the throne, made a half-hearted bow, and cast a disgusted look at the leopard, who was reclining there. He smiled in disgust for a moment, revealing his inferior blood, then put one foot on the throne and stooped so that the guild master could feel the heat of his breath. Gris glanced at the dirty boots on his beautiful throne, then turned his head back to the other man, showing his appreciation with an unguarded smile that even the dim-witted Raven Hogue could see. The latter, as if suddenly feeling that his manner might be a little too friendly and casual, took his foot off the chair and stepped back, keeping a distance of 2 or 3 feet from the devil's guts. That should be safe enough. Gris's smile faded at once, but he was satisfied. Then he asked bluntly, "Is it done?" Raven Hogue spun in a circle, almost laughing aloud. He loved his work so much that it was a wonderful pleasure to recall it. "Of course," he replied, and from a pocket on his coat pulled out a necklace of round pearls. Gris frowned at the sight of it, an expression that the cunning half-breed warrior had expected. "Did you have to kill them all?" The guild master was displeased, but not to the point of anger. Raven shrugged, then put the necklace back into his pocket. "You said you would get rid of them. I got rid of them." "Clean," he added. Gris's hands gripped the arms of the throne. "I remember that all I said was, 'Don't let her out on the streets again until the whole thing is done.'" "She knows too much," Raven replied, examining his fingernails and looking somewhat absent-minded. "She's a very useful woman, one of the guild's important clients," Gris emphasized. He had regained some of his composure now. Few could have angered him as much as Raven, and even fewer could have walked out of this room alive after provoking him. "She's just one of 1,000, the lanky warrior said with a smile. Yes, there's no one who can't be replaced." Another door opened, and an old man walked in. He was wearing a gray robe with a tulip tree and a crescent moon embroidered on it. A huge diamond was tied to his headscarf. "I have a matter to report to you. The situation—" Gris gave him a sidelong glare without moving his head. "Not now, Mr. Vice Chairman. An audience is first come, first served." "But, Chairman—" Gris's eyes narrowed dangerously again, almost as wide as the nearly lipless slit in his mouth. The old man bowed apologetically, then disappeared behind the door he had come from, closing it carefully and quietly behind him. Raven smiled at the sight. "How polite." "It's called etiquette," Gris said to him. "Don't, Chairman Gris, we're in partnership," Ravenhow replied. He jumped and ran to one of the 2 windows in the room. From there, he could see the desert outside the town. "Tonight's the full moon," he said excitedly, then turned to Puck. "You should have joined us, Gris. It would have been a feast. I can assure you it would have tasted wonderful." Gris sneered at this. This mixed blood, or rather, the bastard of bastards, did not know what cooking was at all, nor did he know why he, the devil's stomach, came to this shabby town and compromised to run an alchemist guild. He shook his head, as if to shake off some of the memories. "Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse," he said calmly. Raven wasn't surprised by this reply. He knew Gris very well, and the question he had asked just now was purely to provoke the president's disgust. In fact, not only had he never underestimated the devil's stomach, he had always been quite wary of it. Therefore, he always looked for relatively safe opportunities to test Gris's tolerance so that he could avoid danger in time in the future. So he ran back to Gris and put his foot on the throne again so that the other man could smell the unpleasant odor in his mouth again. "Though you don't know what you're going to miss," he said, "but the choice is yours. That's what we agreed on." He took a step away and bowed. "And you are the master." "We are partners," Gris reminded him. However, anyone could tell how insincere these words were. Raven took a few steps back, put his hands together, and clapped lightly a few times. "I can't deny the fact that our guild has become better after you allowed us to join. This also shows that you have a unique vision." He bowed again. "Please forgive my rudeness, my dear friend, but I can't help but be happy with my good fortune. After all, tonight will be the full moon." As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a hint of red. "You are not allowed to go to the town center. You are not allowed to lay your hands on the kobolds of the Dragonborn clan. You are not allowed to have leftovers. Other than that, nothing is forbidden." Gris also returned the favor for Raven Thief's humble act, but he did not forget to set 3 constraints. The lanky man bowed again, but after that, he glared at the imported leopard before skipping out of the room. As soon as the door closed, Gris let his fingers wander over his eyebrows, and then threaded through the remnants of his thick black hair into a fashionable style. Then he helplessly held his cheek with his fat palm, and then muttered his many dissatisfaction when dealing with Raven. He looked at the door of his audience room, wanting to forget this partner. But then he remembered the vice president of the guild. That spellcaster would not harass him for no reason, especially when Raven was still in the room, unless his news was really important. He scratched the cheeks of his pet leopard one last time, and then went through the side door of the room to a small dark room that provided waiting space for visitors. The gray-robed mage was also the old vice president of the Alchemy Guild and was concentrating on his crystal ball, not noticing that he had come in. Gris did not want to disturb the gray-robed mage, so he sat quietly at the small table and waited for a while. The gray-robed mage finally looked up. He clearly saw that the wrinkles on Gris's eyebrows had not disappeared. This was usually a very normal thing after the visit of his partner, Raven Thievery. "He has completed the mission?" the gray-robed mage asked, but in fact he already knew the answer and just wanted to start the conversation. "I despise him," Gris said. The gray-robed mage agreed, but still advised, "But you can't give up the convenience that Raven has brought you." The spellcaster was telling the truth. In the 2 years that Gris had allied with that guy and his men, his guild had become the most influential underground organization in the city. In addition to selling various goods, which were usually contraband, to make money, the guild had also developed another source of income, which was to collect protection fees from small merchants to make money. Many of the people in charge of the caravans who came here already knew that when they met the people sent by the Alchemy Guild to collect money, it was best not to send them away. And those who did not know would quickly learn a lesson in blood. But even so, Gris could not deny that Raven Thievery and his men were very useful. But as the head of the guild, he still did not like those disgusting bastards. This derogatory term was not a disdain for Raven Thievery's origin. That's right, Raven Thievery, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, was an orc who did not look like an orc at all. But Gris actually did not dislike this kind of mixed-blood intelligent life. What he really hated was the guy's other identity. Perhaps it was because of his naturally thin body. So in order to live a better life, Raven Thievery made an important decision a long time ago. He deliberately infected himself with the shifter disease and became a rat man that Gris found extremely disgusting. During the day, Raven Thievery could still look like a human with some bestial characteristics. But at night, he preferred to appear as a half-human, half-rat, especially in front of the mission targets. He just liked to put his ugly face close to the target, and then he would dig out the target's round eyeballs and take them away to complete the mission. He also knew a special secret technique that could disguise those eyeballs as pearls. "I've had enough of him," Gris said. He put his hand on the black velvet tablecloth. "I'm sure I need to drink 2 jugs of honey wine to forget that meeting just now." He grinned, showing that this thought made him very happy. "But you just look for me. What's the matter?" Someone stole a box of moon candy from a small caravan. The vice president of the Chamber of Commerce changed his expression and said very seriously to Gris, the real head of the guild, "But just like how no one saw through my disguise, for the time being, no one recognized the dregs of the moon candy from the box that was found." It took a while for Gris to understand what the gray-robed mage meant. Then, as if he thought of something, he jumped up from his chair. "This isn't a case of black on 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 black only black on 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 black only black on black only black on black only black on black only black on black on black on black on black on black only black on black only black on black only black on black on black only black on black. It's better to be safe than sorry. We don't allow any accidents in our business." "Then let Raven Thievery and his gang do it," the gray-robed mage said. "After all, they don't do things well." This time, Gris praised his partner for the first time. Indeed, they did eat very cleanly. Chapter 10:57. Castanets clattered, brass drums thumped, the organ swayed, and cymbals rang. When Dijin arrived at Gnome City, he did not immediately find a hotel to stay in. Instead, he found a crossroad to perform. The 9-grid cell got its name because a large room was divided into 9 cells, 3 horizontal and 3 vertical rows. Only the cell in the middle was often empty, while the other 8 cells contained the cell owner's favorite collection, usually ferocious animals from the ends of the earth. They were blocked by a thick fence and could not enter the cell in the center, but the gap in the fence was not small. In the middle of such a cell, one must always be vigilant. Even if one could not help but fall asleep, one must curl up as much as possible in the center of the room, because more than one prisoner had his ankles scratched by the claws of a ferocious beast and then dragged to the side to be torn apart. Even those who walked out of the cell alive would never forget those eyes that were shining with hostility, perhaps due to extreme hunger. Unsurprisingly, the bard's storytelling skills were fully proven once again. His storage box was full of copper debentures, as well as a dozen silver cats, which served as further evidence. Knowing when to stop was the professional code of conduct for performers. Seeing that his income had reached his expectations, Dijin was ready to pack up and find a place to stay. However, when he lowered his head and bent over to pack the things he needed to make a living into a rattan suitcase, he suddenly heard the gossip of a few merchants passing by. That family of 5, together with 2 guards, all died tragically. Judging from the wounds, they were hacked to death by bandits. A declining noble with 2 adult sons, his wife and daughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity! Did you hear? Their bodies, together with the caravan, were all brought by passing merchants and placed at the gate of the garrison. Fortunately, there were kind-hearted people who helped to restrain them. But what did the garrison say? When will they send troops to suppress the bandits? Suppress the bandits? There are many places to hide in this desert. How can it be so easy to find them? Besides, in recent months, the security in the city has not been good. The garrison even lacks troops for daily patrols. Otherwise, why would the bandits be so rampant recently? Sigh, these are troubled times. Anyway, next time, even if I lose my capital, I have to hire a few more skilled ones. Brother, you're wise. Let's go to the tavern for a drink. Ha ha ha, let's go. For no reason, little D Jin suddenly felt a little upset. So, when he packed his things to find a hotel, he deliberately went further away and ran to the entrance of the garrison to take a look. As a result, until the second half of the night, the bard had not been able to lie on the comfortable bed in the inn for even a minute. As it turned out, little Dijin had run out of Gnome City in the dark before the curfew. Under the moonlight, a figure carrying a rattan suitcase flitted across the sand dunes like the wheels of a car, heading straight for the canyon corridor that served as a shortcut between Thundertooth Town and Gnome City. He wanted to personally make a trip down to the girl who had correctly guessed the identity of the character in his story. He wanted to make up the last part of the story. After all, as a bard, a bad ending would bring retribution. Like an owl flying through the forest in the evening, Geller quietly and quickly passed through the shadows of the mixed area of Gnome City. This was his former home, the place he was most familiar with. Everyone on this street would pay attention to the day when the half-orc Geller walked beside, or behind, them again. As he walked past, he heard whispers behind him. He couldn't help but smile. It was the sound of an experienced thief telling a newbie that their senior had returned. "Senior, I'm your Khan." Of course, Geller had never let the legends about his reputation blind him to the vigilance that had allowed him to live to this day, no matter how great a person's reputation was before. On the streets, the reputation of being capable would only make him a second-rate, ambitious guy who used it to increase his reputation. Therefore, Geller's first task after returning to the city was not to carry out a task given to him by his ally Ugulu, but to rebuild the network of intelligence and relationships, and to confirm his position and sequence. Geller bent down and walked into someone's house. The person was very short and looked like a half-grown human boy who had not yet entered puberty. "I heard that you've returned," the man said. "I guess most people have heard about it." Geller nodded. He did deliberately let others see him. "What has changed, my halfling friend?" "Very little," the halfling replied. "Also a lot." He walked to a table in the darkest corner of the small room. It was a cheap hotel called Big Ear, and the halfling lived in one of the rooms near the alley. The rules of the game on the streets have not changed, but the players have changed a little. The halfling looked at the half-orc Geller quietly through the unlit oil lamp on the table. "After all, Geller has gone outside to ascend the throne," the halfling explained, hoping to let Geller understand what he meant. Geller nodded in agreement, which made the halfling feel relieved. He was obviously relieved that he was safe. "The Sharktooth tribe still controls Thundertooth Town," Entreri said. "So, who controls the rules of the streets and the merchants?" "It's still the Sharktooth tribe, at least in name," the halfling answered cautiously, but he stopped to think for a moment. Geller was known for his temperament and cunning, so he had to weigh his words carefully before saying them. Perhaps more accurately, the Sharktooth tribe no longer controls the streets themselves, but the streets are still very well managed, thanks to the emergence of a guild. Geller did not need to ask to know what the halfling was going to say next. "The Alchemist Guild," he said with a frown. "A foreigner and his men, there's a lot to talk about," the halfling said with a smile as he began to light the lamp. "I heard that one of my compatriots became the leader of the thugs in that guild. He seems to be doing well." Geller said with a smile, "As far as I know, Raven Thief has become a rat man and is no longer a simple half-orc. I don't know what you think of this, But it is undeniable that Raven Thief and his clansmen work very hard. They will fight with their lives on the line, Geller said coldly. And this sentence also let the halfling know how Geller viewed the second orc to rise in this town after him. It was them, not their own people. Chapter 1058. Geller's cold tone forced the halfling to turn his gaze back to the oil lamp. For the first time, the halfling recognized Angler. Angler was the half-orc warrior who used to roam the streets and occupy alleys one after another, after building up his own forces. He resolutely left Thundertooth Town with all his assets for a greater goal. The halfling shuddered involuntarily, and his whole body began to twist involuntarily. Angler saw the effect of his words and quickly changed the topic. "Don't talk about these things anymore," he said. "Don't care about these things, little thing. I have a job for you that will allow you to display your talents." The halfling finally lit the wick and pulled out a chair, eager to please his old boss. It's not unusual for alchemists to have skuma. It's a very good painkiller. But as far as I know, their ambition is not just to earn a few silver coins. They are refining moon candy and selling it privately. Isn't that right, my dear friend? The halfling's brown eyes widened, and his pupils widened. At the same time, he reminded himself again who he was facing. Thus, the words, "I don't know," that were on the tip of his tongue turned into a few hesitant nods. Geller chuckled and continued to talk about business. They talked for more than an hour, until the oil lamp's lonely light against the darkness of the night came to an end. Then, Geller immediately left without a second's delay. He opened the window of the halfling's residence and jumped into the alley behind. Although he was wearing a set of pirated Mad Knight armor and was a big man, Geller's movements when he jumped out of the window and landed on the ground were as smooth as flowing water, and he did not make too much noise. If someone did not happen to hear it, they would only think that there were wild cats and dogs hurrying through the alley. As for whether Geller was worried that his whereabouts would be known by the new underground king, in fact, he did not believe that Raven Thief would be stupid enough to attack without a complete evaluation of his predecessor, even if the other party was actually a rat man with a bad brain. However, perhaps Geller didn't really understand his enemy, or perhaps he didn't know how much control Raven and his disgusting minions had over the city streets in the past 7 or 8 years. Less than 5 minutes after he left, the door of the halfling's room was opened again. Ravenhow came in stealthily. What does he want? He sat down on one of the chairs in front of the table and rested his legs on the other chair. The halfling walked away uneasily, and he noticed 2 of Raven's men guarding the door. After more than a year, he still felt uncomfortable around Raven Thief. "Come, sit here," Raven urged the halfling. However, he didn't consider the fact that he had already taken up the only 2 seats in the room. He also didn't consider the fact that the halflings would never move there, but onto the bed, unless they were sleeping. Seeing that the halfling was a little hesitant, Raven asked again, but this time his tone was more fierce. "What does he want?" The last thing the halfling wanted to happen was to be caught between the old and the new boss. But he had no choice but to tell the truth, and to tell Raven how all about the business he had discussed with Zeller. If Geller knew tonight that he was trying to please both sides, he would not live to see eternal blaze tomorrow. But if he did not confess to Raven Burglar, he would die just the same, and it would not be a quick death. After all, the latter was a notorious, violent criminal. Because he had no choice, the halfling could not help but sigh after he finished telling the story. He decided that from tomorrow onwards, he would put down his love for food and change from eating 6 meals a day to eating 3 meals a day. He would also take time to practice his fighting skills. Maybe he could live a little harder in the future. The halfling waited for a while, but to his surprise, Raven Thief did not order him not to carry out Geller's orders. In fact, the new leader of the underground order had a faint hope in his heart. He hoped that the halfling could play the role in Geller's plan. Obviously, the halfling thought that he could turn this matter to his advantage. President Griss's appetite is too big, and he likes to eat alone. Now, someone needs to punch his devil's stomach and let him know how lucky he is to have a partner like me. At the same time, that old senior seems to have some less loyal followers in the city like this halfling. Perhaps his death can also become one of my Luke Gong's stone tablets. He sat quietly for a while, stroking his smooth, hairless chin and enjoying the prospect of an easy victory. His yellow teeth seemed even more yellow under the flickering light of the oil lamp in the halfling's house. "Do you want to come with us tonight?" He seemed to be satisfied with his expectations, so he asked the halfling. "The moonlight will be very bright tonight." He pinched the halfling's childlike cheeks. "The skin will be very thick." "Eh." The halfling took a step back and broke away from his hand. "Not tonight," he replied somewhat sternly, his tone firm. Raven Thief raised his head and curiously observed the halfling. He wanted to know who gave the halfling the courage to speak to him like this and refuse his invitation. Was it that Geller? Raven was very curious about the answer to this question. "If you mock him, you will die," the halfling answered seriously, which attracted Raven's curiosity even more. "You haven't begun to understand the half-orc you're facing," the halfling continued without wavering. "The former shadow thief, the current Khan of the half-orcs, Geller, is not to be trifled with, at least not by a smart person. He would know everything, and he would always have an alternative plan to use. Therefore, I'm sure he didn't come back just to discuss business with me. If other people see a rat that's half the height of a human among you, then I'll be dead, and your plan will be ruined." "Dead," he repeated, his tone and attitude were unmistakable. "That's the best-case scenario." Hearing this, Ravenhouse stood up abruptly and turned to leave without saying anything else. However, the action of knocking the chair to the other side of the room clearly showed his bad mood at the moment. He had heard too much about Geller in one day, not only from the mouths of his own men, but it seemed that everywhere he went, people would say the killer's name with trembling lips. Except for the Devil's Gut Gree, he did not seem to know about Geller's appearance in Thundertooth. Well, Raven Thief deliberately blocked the news. "What the F? *CK. Damn it! Don't they know? They should be afraid of Raven Thief. It can only be Raven Thief. If there were other people to be afraid of, it should be the scale of perpetual order, the powerful Megalosaurus keys, his friends, his men, and his army, not a nameless person like Geller." Raven Thief felt his chin begin to itch. Then the feeling spread and gradually spread throughout his body. He kicked his boots away and undid some of the restraints on his shirt and pants. Soon, sparse tufts of hair rapidly grew out of his skin, and at the same time, they grew rapidly. The familiar pain rushed into his heart. Whether it was the 1,000th or the 10,000th transformation, the palpitating pain was the same as when he first transformed. It did not lessen, and the pain did not dull at all. Then he stood in front of Dundon on two legs like a human, but with a rat's beard and fur, and a long pink tail sticking out from one side of his pants. He was now a rodent. "Do you want to join us?" he asked the halfling. The halfling tried to hide his disgust and immediately refused. He looked at Raven Thief. He could not believe that he had agreed to let the rat man bite him and infect him with such a nightmare. "I will bring you strength," Raven had promised him at the time. But how much of a price would he have to pay? The halfling thought for a moment. See and smell like a rat. It was not a blessing, but a sickness. Raven seemed to guess the halfling's disgust. He wrinkled his rat's nose and snorted threateningly, then turned and walked to the door. Before he left the room, he walked back and leaned his head back through the door. "Don't play tricks," he warned the halfling. "Do as I tell you, and then hide." "Of course I will." When the door closed, the halfling whispered to himself. He also felt a tingling sensation. It was the night of the full moon. Interesting fellows. Standing on the roof of the inn called Big Ear, Geller, who had quietly returned, listened to the second conversation between the halfling and his junior. He could not help but be speechless. Even if being infected with the bestial disease is a means to pursue power, it is not a bloodline inherited power. It is obviously a disease with serious hidden dangers. There are actually people stupid enough to pursue this kind of power. Geller shook his head and scratched his chin with his iron-gloved fingers. Using the sharp nails on the iron glove, he shaved off a lot of the beard that had grown out. Perhaps this is the reason why the president of the Alchemist Guild is willing to cooperate with the enterprise. First, Raven Thief is really stupid. Second, their guild has alchemist pharmacists. It has always been a matter of formula to concoct an alchemy potion that can cure the bestial disease. The half-orc, who looked more like a warrior than a thief, shrewdly analyzed. However, although he was looking forward to seeing Raven Thief's efforts for a long time, but in the end, he was very clear that he could not wait for that day. I don't know why. That guy Augura must attack on the night of the full moon. There must be something fishy going on. Chapter 1059. When Geller saw Wugulu again, he bowed slightly and showed a pretentious smile. He greeted the hill giant in the Jotun language, Magurabor Kukrok. Wugulu also used the orc language that the other party was familiar with to exchange the so-called goodwill. Behind them, there were more than 50 orcs and goblins that were several times the number of the former. These guys were all rubbing their fists, waiting for the next words that the two bosses were going to say, because those words were related to the success or failure of the big deal that was going to be done tonight. "I brought Big Ear. It can dig a path from outside the town to inside the town for us." Geller whistled, and a tomb-like bulge immediately appeared in the surrounding sand. Then, a creature that was about the size of a hippopotamus and covered in short gray fur crawled out from under the sand. Its strong legs ended in huge claws that were suitable for digging, and two huge fangs grew out of its jaw almost horizontally. It shook its head and made a threatening gesture, as if it was ready to charge at any time. "Don't be so anxious, my little cutie." Geller, who was wearing a pirated version of the zealot armor, did not have to worry about the fangs piercing his body. Therefore, he calmly walked to the side of Big Ear, stroked its head, and pulled its ears. The reason why the orcs gave the name Big Ear to this dicynodont was because the latter had a pair of flexible and big ears. The dicynodont was a large relative of the wombat. It was a more powerful, herbivorous marsupial. They relied on eating hay and other hard desert vegetation to survive. Their powerful teeth could chew plant fibers into a paste, and their digestive system could finely process food, breaking down every drop of water and every nutrient contained in it. Their powerful legs and claws were suitable for digging. For an experienced hunter, the habitat of the dicynodont could be easily identified from the entrance of the pit that was used as their nest. That's right. Seeing that his pet had quieted down, Geller patted its head in satisfaction. Then he stretched out his palm and snapped his fingers at his subordinates. Soon, a few orcs carried a large rattan basket, which was as long as two people's height. They trotted to Geller's side and placed the rattan basket in front of the two-gate tooth beast. After that, they returned to the team. The rattan basket contained several iron thorns that were dormant because their roots had left the ground. These twisted shrubs had only a few pale leaves and sinister, foot-long dark green thorns. Small bones and insect shells could be seen scattered around their gnarled rhizomes. They were tough desert plants that would grab any creatures that passed by and impale them on their thorns for nourishment. The average iron thorn plant was about the size of an unfruitful apple tree, ranging from 7 to 12 feet tall. They all had thick skin and needle-like leaves. However, it was worth mentioning that the sap of the iron thorns was a valuable natural hardening agent. For thousands of years, it had been used by many craftsmen in the ash world to make armor and other items, and its effectiveness was very guaranteed. Today, the sap of the iron thorns, a natural material, was still sought after by many craftsmen who refused to use synthetic hardening agents. When the two-gate tooth beast called Big Ear smelled the scent of the iron thorns, its eyesight was not very good. It immediately ran over and munched on them. The two-gate tooth beast loves to eat the iron thorns, but when it picks them in the wild, it may be pricked by thorns. When it encounters the bigger plants, the two-gate tooth beast may be caught and become the nutrients they need to grow. So, generally speaking, I ask my subordinates to help Big Ear collect some of these snacks from a barren valley with many iron thorns. Geller looked at his pet dotingly. He did not feel that it was a reckless thing to ask his subordinates to collect snacks for Big Ear, because they might lose their lives every time. Could they use the iron thorns as food? Could they mix the sap of the iron thorns with the secretion of some kind of gland in their body and excrete it through their fingertips? Could they use that substance as a tunnel hardening agent? Those half-beastmen did not have this ability, but the two-gate tooth beast, Big Ear, did. Geller doted on it not only because it was very cute and was the mascot of a hotel he secretly owned in Thundertooth Town, but also because Big Ear could help him dig a secret survival tunnel anytime, anywhere, or an underground road that connected to the treasury of a certain chamber of commerce. After all, snacks were just snacks. A basket full of iron thorns was cleaned up by Big Ear in 7 or 8 minutes. It even took the rattan basket that was used to store the iron thorns into its stomach without leaving any traces behind. Good boy, let's go after eating. Geller whistled again. The two-gate tooth beast turned its head, and its two fan-like ears were stunned for a moment. Then it began to dig up the sand on the ground. This time, the tunnel it dug was covered with a special adhesive secreted from its fingertips, so it did not collapse due to the soft nature of the sand like before. On the contrary, as it dug, a cave that even the hill giant could enter without much effort gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, some of the female half-beastmen in Geller's tribe carried their weapons and were the first to enter the cave. Although they were not as strong as the male half-beastmen and were not good at fighting, they were still much stronger than ordinary humans. In addition, they had a weak night vision inherited from their half-beastman bloodline. They were very capable of helping the two-gate tooth beast to open up the tunnel and clear it. In just about an hourglass, Big Ear, who had eaten his snacks and was full of energy, appeared next to Geller again. It had followed its master's instructions and dug a 2-mile-long tunnel that led to the mixed residential area outside Thundertooth Town. The end of this tunnel was only separated by a wall from the basement of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, which was at the peak of its power. In addition, there were some additional exits near the end of the tunnel. They were the actors' passageways for Geller and Wugulu's subordinates to perform on stage. Are you a guest? Geller stretched out his palm and made an inviting gesture, as if he wanted Wugulu to enter the tunnel first. But the latter only looked at him with a sneer. The half-beastman Khan did not take it to heart. He withdrew his hand and was the first to rush into the tunnel. Following closely behind were the other half-beastmen in Geller's tribe. As for Wugulu and his goblin subordinates, they waited for all the half-beastmen to enter the tunnel before they followed in one after another. Geller, who was walking in front, no longer had the carefree look on his face. Instead, he had a solemn look on his face. Magula, Book, a clock, he muttered in his heart. This was a sentence in the language of the giants, which he had used to greet Wugulu just now. But in fact, this sentence was not a good one. It meant a fool without wisdom. Although it was not that bad when translated, for the giants, who should be the first humanoid intelligent species in the multiverse, although the giants were indeed in dire straits now, this sentence belittled the civilization level of the giants was tantamount to cursing their ancestors. He really has such deep self-restraint. Geller shook his head and denied this speculation, except for the rune giant, who was not a pure giant, but was really unreasonably strong. The other giants should not be indifferent to that sentence. He really doesn't understand. Wugulu, a mountain giant, who can't understand the language he was born with? Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Geller quietly took off the enchanted long sword from his back and put it on the hook at his waist. It was more convenient for him to use the sword. Chapter 1060. Thundertooth Town was a major settlement of the Dragonborn clan. Although it was only a small town deep in the Medic region, it still had 3 mooring towers for the Leviathan flying ship. Therefore, the town also had a strange vitality. Caravans coming and going from all over the desert would always pass by here, making the town even more prosperous. Most of the caravans were formed by 6-legged horses, and a few of them kept sand rhinos that were more expensive but could carry heavier things. Therefore, the area near the periphery of Thundertooth Town, which was a place where humans, desert elves, and other intelligent creatures coexisted, had all kinds of problems due to the lack of stables for a period of time. It wasn't until one of the architects came up with the idea of building a multi-level stable that the situation of having no place to tie up the animals was greatly improved. However, the multi-level stables had to be taken care of more frequently than normal stables. Otherwise, the feces and urine of livestock could easily breed mosquitoes and germs. The more they were chained together without management, the more likely they were to get sick. At the same time, this was an excellent measure in itself, but it could also bring a serious public health threat to the residents of Thundertooth Town and the traveling merchants. Of course, the feces and urine of livestock were also popular goods. The former could be transported to the farms around the town to ferment and compost, while the latter would almost always be bought by the alchemist guild in town at a low price as a source of materials for refining certain pigments or potions. However, there was still a part of the urine that would flow into the third channel, but in fact, no one in Thundertooth Town knew about it. Orcs, ratmen, the head of the Alchemist Guild's thugs, and the people that many small merchants in Thundertooth Town didn't want to deal with the most. Raven Thief, who had many titles, was actually the biggest buyer of urine in Thundertooth Town's multi-level stables. Although Raven Thief usually looked crazy, those who were familiar with him knew very well that this guy was an extremely pragmatic egoist. He wouldn't buy urine for no reason, which would give him such a smelly title. He collected urine to make nitrate, which was a kind of alchemy material that wasn't cheap. At the same time, it was also an indispensable material for making gunpowder. Those who were slightly knowledgeable should know that among the several raw materials used to make gunpowder, nitrate was the most expensive, difficult to obtain. For some reason, Raven Hooligan needed gunpowder, a lot of gunpowder. As for buying through normal channels, whether it was the finished product or the raw materials used to make gunpowder, it wasn't just a matter of price. More importantly, they might be targeted by the spies of the scale of perpetual order. Therefore, he had to find another way. He bought the urine of livestock from the multi-story stable and then made his own powdered saltpeter. Even if someone like Devil's Intestine Grist knew that he was purchasing urine, they would be misled by the dye house that he operated on the surface. He thought that the greedy rat man was only relying on his connections with the alchemist and alchemist guild to earn some money for himself. To date, not many people in Thundertooth Town knew about Raven Hooligan's secret. Those who knew about this secret were basically those who had listened to Raven Hooligan and had personally made saltpeter. Their fate was either to be cleaned up by Raven Hooligan on a regular basis for various reasons, or to be turned into his own trusted subordinates. After being bitten by him, they were infected with bestiality and successfully survived, becoming a rat man. For example, the halfling who had been promised power. Smart people always judge the situation. When you have to be honest, you absolutely can't lie. Geller held the enchanted longsword in one hand and put it on the shoulder of the halfling who he had talked to twice today. His other hand stroked his two-gate-tooth beast pet. The halfling grimaced from the heat of the longsword, but he still didn't dodge and let the hair on his body be burnt yellow. In front of his former boss, who had left and returned, the rat man who had involuntarily developed bestiality on the night of the full moon became exceptionally well-behaved. "I've already confessed to you, boss, or the Khan?" the halfling asked timidly. Geller nodded and asked him to continue before the halfling dared to continue. Raven Hooligan's dye factory is only 2 streets away from a multi-story stable, and his saltpeter workshop is actually hidden in an abandoned warehouse of the dye factory. Usually it's guarded by his Ratman subordinates. "Aren't you with them?" Geller joked with bad intentions. The halfling didn't answer his question, but gave an answer that was absolutely beyond his normal IQ. "There are a lot of people guarding there. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go alone. You need someone to be on the lookout for you, so you can quietly approach Raven Hooligan's secret saltpeter workshop at that time, whether it's to set it on fire or to take some of the finished products as compensation. It's your choice. Con Geller." "Yes, they have a lot of people. I won't go with them." Geller sheathed his long sword in the scabbard at his waist. The halfling was relieved. He felt that he was finally saved. "I'm the Khan now." Geller blinked at the halfling. "How can I be a lone thief?" After saying this, he turned and left the halfling's room. However, when he closed the door for the owner of the house, perhaps because he used too much force, there was a small bump. The door panel and the door frame collided with each other, making a soft clang sound. Then, there was another clang sound in the house. However, the second soft sound was the sound of a round, wide-eyed head hitting the floor. Moreover, the neighbors didn't notice it. As he said, Geller was now a Khan, and he wouldn't fight alone like before. 7 or 8 majestic half-orcs in multiple layers of leather armor followed his footsteps and walked together to the dye house mentioned by the halfling. They rushed in from the gate and shouted, "Boss, welcome guests." Then they pulled out their weapons and rushed to the warehouse behind the dye house. "Get ready!" Geller, who had walked into the dye house with his head held high, but had been fighting every time, suddenly shouted. He put a lit lamp on the dry ground beside him, and then unsheathed his long sword. In less than a second, 2 figures in cloaks rushed out from behind the dye house. They all held their swords high, and under their twitching mustaches, their mouths were full of sharp teeth that shone under the light of the lamp. They were the same size as humans, wearing human clothes and holding swords. Their other appearance was indeed human, and it couldn't be said that they were very annoying, but on this night of the full moon, they had become rodents. Although they still walked on 2 legs like humans, there were some decorations on their bodies, long noses, brown erect hair, pink tails, and they were no different from mice. Perhaps they were much bolder, and their temperament was several times fiercer. Chapter 10:61. The rat men approached quickly, If they were in other places, the half-orc warriors who rushed into the dye house with Geller would have to face them from several directions at the same time. But here, all they needed to do was to charge forward. They didn't need to think too much. The absolute advantage in numbers gave the Ratmen courage. They looked at each other for support and slowly approached the half-orcs step by step. But the half-orcs were used to fighting and killing, and they did not let the Ratmen form a formation. Compared to the Ratmen's standard swords, the weapons in the hands of the half-orcs, except for Geller, looked very simple and crude. Among the 7 or 8 people, 4 of them were holding self-made maces, which were made of iron nails that were more than 3 inches long and stuck on a hard wooden stick that was about 4 feet long. The stick had been treated with tung oil, iron thorn sap, and shellac, and was slightly thicker at the front end. However, they were all wearing leather armor embedded with iron plates. In addition, the half-orcs generally had the advantage in strength, and it was much more useful to have the strength to wield a mace than to have some fancy moves. So, it was actually very easy for them to kill the Ratmen. That's right, it was easy. When the half-orcs swung their mace, many Ratmen did not even realize that the fatal blow had already begun. They only suddenly realized that the top of their heads had exploded, and the floor quickly rose to meet them. They were already dead before they hit the ground. Some Ratmen were lucky enough to get close to the half-orc warriors, but their swords could only cause very little damage to the armored warriors. Then they would be knocked to the ground by the strong half-orcs or pushed back by a distance of 1 or 2 body lengths, and then hit them with their mace. In the midst of the half-orc warriors' fierce battle, there was always the sound of a washing hammer hitting tanned leather in a gurgling stream. Moreover, this sound was always followed by the shrill screams of a Ratman and the blood and flesh on the mace. Geller did not say a word. He just followed behind a few of his subordinates and walked all the way to the warehouse behind the dye house, as if he was taking a stroll. More and more Ratmen gathered, and they also had long-range weapons, such as crossbows, in their hands. Some of them even had a 6-foot-long self-made matchlock gun in their hands. Whoosh, 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 pa. Finally, the first casualty appeared on the orc side. A strong half-orc wielding a spiked club and charging at the front to open up a path was targeted by a few Ratmen wielding long-range weapons. A large hole had been blasted in his stomach by the lead bullet fired from the musket. This time, the iron scale armor had failed to protect him from the attack. However, the real fatal wound that caused him to fall to the ground was actually the arrow that pierced his eye socket. Ravenhow hurried to the dye house with his men. Just now, he had already bent down to examine the bodies of some of his subordinates lying on the ground. Most of those fellows still maintained the appearance of Ratmen, which meant that they had died too quickly and did not manage to transform back into human form due to the exhaustion of their strength. As they walked towards the back of the dye house, they stumbled over some of Raven Thief's men, and some of them even stumbled over the corpses of their comrades. The rat folk shook their heads in disbelief. They would step on a rat folk corpse almost every few feet. How many people did the orc bandits kill when they came here? How ferocious was she? Of course, doubt was doubt, fear was fear. In fact, the rat folk were actually more afraid of Raven Thief. Therefore, when the latter ordered them to keep these half-orcs in the dye house tonight at all costs, they all did as they were told. Gree, the devil's gut, promised me that as long as we don't make too much noise tonight, don't leave any traces, and don't provoke the kobold residents of the Dragonborn clan living in the center of the town, we will celebrate the Feast of the Full Moon without any taboos. After Raven Thief appeared, he did not issue a habitual provocation to Geller, the nominal senior, but conveyed such a message to all the rat folk's subordinates. After hearing this, the rat folk all let out some incomprehensible roars. Some even began to gnaw on the swords in their hands with their teeth. Although they could only cut their lips by doing so, some of them still enjoyed it. The bodies of their comrades, lying on the ground, were dragged to the side by the rat folk, and they all crawled closer, crunch, crunch, accompanied by a strange, ominous sound. Each rat folk's face and clothes were stained with blood. Then, with a satisfied expression, they rushed toward Geller and the half-orcs with weapons. Raven Thief held a short-barreled musket in his left hand and a strange curved sword that had been pulled out from its sheath and split into 3 pieces in his right hand. He looked at the Khan of the half-orc, who was hiding behind his subordinates with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. Geller. Raven Thief's mustache spread out on his rat-like face as he roared, "You will retire completely tonight. Pass on your name to me, Raven Thief. After all, we are all. Okay, no problem." Geller, who had been squinting all this while, finally opened his eyes. Even his guards had been killed by the Ratman's long-range weapons. The corners of his mouth curled up as he interrupted Raven Thief's words. "However, I have to deny it. I am a half-orc, it's true, but you can only be regarded as a rat in this life." With that, Geller instantly pulled out his sword from its sheath. Everyone in the dye house felt the temperature of the surrounding air rise a little. Flames flashed in front of the rat folk, who had just sniped the half-orc warrior with his musket, and the dendrobium powder in his hand that he was about to fill with bullets exploded in an instant, blowing off his entire arm. Not only that, although he was only wearing a pirated version of the fanatic armor, it still had some of the abilities of the powerful kinetic exoskeleton armor. It made Geller stronger and faster. The enchanted longsword was like a yellow belt of light, and the rat folk who were swept by this belt of light all fell to the ground in an instant, their heads separated from their bodies. Looking at the Khan of the half-orc rushing toward him, Raven Thief's eyes suddenly narrowed. The long tail behind him directly rolled up a somewhat hesitant subordinate and threw him in front of him to block a fatal chop. When the 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, Raven Thief had already climbed to the top of a drying cloth column in the dye house, and the short-barreled musket in his left hand had finished aiming. Bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and Geller raised his sword in front of him to block. The lead bullet hit the edge of the enchanted longsword and was cut into 2 pieces. After this block, the remaining kinetic energy on the projectile was no longer a threat to the armor on Geller's body. Only 2 sparks were left on the steel surface of the armor. Kacha, Geller's sword slashed, and the more than 10 feet long drying cloth column was immediately cut in 2. Raven Thief, who was standing on top of it, could only flip back and fall to the ground of the dye house. Damn it! Raven Thief was full of hatred. Seeing Geller rushing towards him, he had no choice but to toss aside the short-barreled musket that he didn't have time to reload. Then he hurriedly picked up the gunpowder and poured it into his mouth before tossing it far away. Chapter 1062. With his blood pumping, Raven Thief's eyes turned completely red, and even the whites of his eyes turned red. The blood vessels around his eyes bulged like earthworms, and the veins under his thick, pitch-black fur were also covered with blue veins. For this rat man, gunpowder was not only the propellant for the short-barreled matchlock in his hand, but also something like a stimulant. As long as he swallowed some gunpowder, his strength would increase, his nerve reaction would become faster, and his eyesight would become sharper. Ho-ho! F***CK. Raven Thief's saliva flowed down from his mouth as he fell to the ground from a height of more than 10 feet. He squatted down a little to reduce the impact, and then rushed toward Geller. He waved the strange weapon in his hand, which was divided into 3 parts at the blade, and like the sharp claws of some kind of fierce beast, he crazily slashed at the half-orc Khan, who was wearing the pirated mad armor. Although Raven Thief didn't have as much wealth as the other party because he had debuted too late, he had the explosive talent of the mutated Rat Man. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Raven Thief was howling in his heart as he shouted incessantly. As a born half-orc, he had no choice. And as a half-orc, his body wasn't strong enough, so he had naturally been looked down upon and criticized since he was young. Fortunately, when he had the right to choose, he firmly grasped that opportunity. Even if being infected with the shifter disease and becoming a rat man would become a hated existence, it was much better to be hated than to be looked down upon. Raven Thief not only knew how to calculate this, but he also had more calculations than most people. Mutation brought power, and power could ultimately be converted into power. As for the method of conversion, it was of course killing, blood, and minced meat the painful wails of the enemy, and the enchanted longsword passed through two of the sharp blades of the Ratman's three-edged sword at a tricky angle and got stuck, stopping Raven Thief's crazy blade dance. Although in terms of strength, Geller was indeed not as strong as a bean sprout. After his mutation, the zealot armor on the con of the half-orc could still provide him with power even if it was a pirated version. Therefore, Geller held Raven Thief like a bulldozer, pushing him in the right direction and moving quickly. As long as Geller was forced into a corner and his back was pressed against the courtyard wall, pillars, or anything else that could be used as support, then Geller would be able to use the advantage brought by the moment of force to completely behead this enemy. Not only that, because of the special hooking device on the iron glove of the fanatic armor, Geller could firmly hold the enchanted longsword with one hand, so his other hand was already clenched into a fist, and the fine steel spikes on the armor were stiff at this time. He raised his spiked iron fists and punched Raven Thief's chest and abdomen, forcing the other party to constantly twist and turn, unable to use all his strength to block his advance. "Stinky, Rat Man, do you know that your mouth stinks?" Geller mocked his opponent loudly. At the same time, his fangs twitched on both sides of his lips as he whistled. Holding long-range weapons, dozens of rat men who were about to slaughter the half-orc Khan's personal guards in front of his tent and were about to run over to support their boss suddenly found that a group of half-orcs, who had come out of nowhere, had quietly rushed out from beside them. Moreover, what made their hearts waver even more was that the number of half-orcs didn't seem to be much less than theirs. Use fire grenades. Break the rules today, and I'll personally explain to Gris afterwards. Raven Thief, who had observed this situation, tried his best to think of a way even though his mind wasn't clear at the moment because he had swallowed gunpowder stimulants. Soon, several rat men broke away from the battle formation and took advantage of the opportunity when their companions were resisting the fierce attacks of the half-orcs. Like real rats, they rushed into the warehouse behind the dye house. Not long after, these guys moved out small wooden boxes and threw them at the feet of their companions. Those wooden boxes were filled with nothing else but the products of the nitrate workshop mixed with charcoal and sulfur powder, which were then filled into round clay jars and inserted fuses into them to make explosive projectiles. The rat men called them fire grenades. In normal street wars, they rarely used this kind of weapon. There was no other reason except that the movement caused by using fire grenades was too big and difficult to cover up. If it attracted the attention of the kobolds of the sharp-toothed clan in the town, Raven Thief would have to find the devil's stomach of the alchemist and pharmacist guild to settle it. In that case, the president would most likely find out that the rat men had secretly set up the nitrate workshop, and it was very likely that he would follow the clues to find out Raven Thief's series of secrets. However, they couldn't care less about this now. It wasn't only because of Ravenhow's words, but also because they felt that if they lost their lives tonight, why would they worry about what would happen tomorrow or the day after? Some of them even took down the oil lamp hanging on the pillar of the courtyard because they needed to use the flame of the wick to ignite the fuse inserted into the fire grenade rotating cap. However, just as the last rat man stumbled out of the warehouse with a few stacked crates, he suddenly seemed to bump into something like a pillar. Following a series of clanking sounds, the rat man fell to the ground. The crate hit his tail, and the pain made him squeak like a rat cub. However, when he raised his head to see if he really hit the pillar and then picked up the crate, his squeak came to an abrupt end. Squeak, ugh. It was as if he was being held by the throat. A creature appeared in front of him. It was as tall as two people. In the middle of its head, there was a clump of dyed red hair. Its clean-shaven face was covered with ferocious beast tattoos. The gold chain from its earlobes to its nostrils jingled. It was a hill giant. Its fist was as big as a bull's leg. Its arm was as thick as a tree stump, and its two legs were really like pillars. The rat man instinctively wanted to get up and run, but the hill giant stepped on his tail. The hill giant casually swung its arm, and with a crisp sound of a broken nose and a timely kick, the rat man was sent flying. He fell unconscious on the dusty floor, blood still gushing out of his nostrils. Considering the fact that he could not get up again, the crisp sound of a broken nose might have covered up the comminuted fracture of his neck. Does anyone else want to have a taste of my palm? Wugulu walked out from the shadows of the corridor. There were at least a dozen goblins hiding in the shadows. Those short goblins were really like lapdogs beside this hill giant. However, those goblins really fit the saying of dogs relying on their master's power. They were noisy as if they did not care about the upcoming battle. They did not look like goblins who were afraid of death at all. Do you still need me to give you orders? Wugulu glanced at the goblin subordinates at his feet. The goblins quickly moved, hurriedly pushing out a few of their compatriots who had been forced to drink a few bottles of strong alcohol. They then nimbly took the leather pouches at their waists and poured some black oil with a pungent smell onto their bodies. Those unlucky drunk goblins did not realize what was about to happen to them. The black oil on their bodies was ignited by their black-hearted compatriots with flints. The alcohol had numbed their nerves. Before the pain could enter their brains and drive them to action, Wugulu kicked them one by one into the formation of the rat men who were huddled together. The goblins who were on fire finally realized that something was amiss. They screamed and ran in all directions. Some of them were immediately cut down by the rat men who were quick to react with their swords. Some of them were lucky enough to escape the fate of being stabbed by a white blade. Some even rushed to the side of the firebomb crates that had just been opened. This scene was witnessed by many rat men. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They instinctively wanted to scatter and run, but they were still one step too late. Rumble, the rat men who had gathered in one place, were almost wiped out by the serial explosions of the firebomb. Even though a few half-orc warriors who were closer to them were also killed or injured compared to the loss of the rat men, the half-orc side was simply not worth mentioning. It was nothing more than a matter of a few people dying. How could there be no deaths in a war? Those who came from the half-orc tribe were not too afraid of this situation at all. Even if there were people who would be afraid, they would be the dead or seriously injured. However, these two kinds of people were destined to not live long in the half-orc tribe. The other half-orcs would not be affected. The impact of the explosion of a few crates of firebomb also affected Raven Thief, who was being pushed forward by Geller with his sword. Under the push of the shock wave, he staggered a few steps back and was almost pushed to the ground. On the other hand, Geller, who was wearing armor, was not affected at all. The shock wave of this level was still unable to do anything to the counterfeit armor that was pieced together from various parts of the authentic Zealot armor. Even his footsteps and the frequency of sneak attacks on Raven Geller remained the same as before. Things are not good. Raven Thief whispered in his heart. The rat half-orc's mind raced, and then he suddenly jumped back a step. While dodging Geller's fist, he suddenly changed to holding the saber with one hand and spread out his other palm to attack Geller. An exploding fireball bombarded Geller from his palm out of thin air, and his hand that had been holding the three-edged saber quickly retreated, gently brushing past the end of the saber hilt with a skillful move. The tension spring loosened and made a caw-caw sound. Raven Thief took out another sharp, awl-like weapon from the three-edged saber. Die! Raven Thief roared. He pretended to throw the weapon at Geller's face. Geller, who had just been bombarded by the bursting fireball, was still somewhat dazed, but he was really intimidated by Raven Thief. The half-orc hurriedly crossed his hands to protect his face. However, this was actually Raven Thief's smokescreen. He was clearly throwing it at the enemy's face, but when he was about to attack, the sharp awl suddenly changed direction and pierced into the gap in Geller's leg armor. By the time the half-orc Khan reacted, Raven Thief's figure had already disappeared from the wall without a trace. It really is a big rat, Geller said coldly. Then he spat on the ground and bent down to pull out the sharp awl inserted in the gap of the mech's knee armor. A charred black stain caused by the explosion was still left in the armor on his chest. Although the purpose of this trip had been achieved, Geller still felt that it wasn't great to let Raven Thief go. However, his ally had already come to urge him. Chapter 1063. Are you smoking tobacco from the Edge of the World brand? Wugulu asked, eagerly looking at Geller stuffing things into his pipe. The two of them sat down in the yard of the dye house, waiting for their subordinates to plunder the supplies and coins in Raven Thief's lair. Although they came here to fight only to create a diversion, a thief would not leave empty-handed. They still had to get something to make this trip worthwhile. Yes, this is a piece of moldy old leaf. Before coming here, I picked it up in the mountains. Geller rolled his eyes at Wugulu. Give me some. Geller threw the tobacco bag to Wugulu. Wugulu didn't have a pipe, but he poured all the tobacco in the tobacco pouch into his palm and clenched it into a ball. Then he picked up a piece of burning wood from the side and lit the tobacco ball up. The mountain giant was not afraid of the heat. He held his palm in front of his nose and took a deep breath. The tobacco ball quickly burned red and turned into ashes. Is the rotten leaf strong enough? Geller looked at the tobacco bag that had been flattened into a piece of cloth that was thrown back into his hand and asked Wugulu expressionlessly, Not bad, not bad, ha ha ha. Wugulu casually replied, and then he casually spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. The orc warriors and goblin minions ran back with bags of various sizes. They restrained themselves. When fighting for supplies and money, they at most exchanged punches and did not show their swords. During this time, Geller also dripped some lubricant on the mechanical parts of the power armor that he had pieced together. At the same time, he also replaced the damaged parts that were smashed out by Raven Thief's steel all. Let's go. After gathering his men, Geller took the lead and stood up from the ground. He strode toward a dye house warehouse without looking back. There was a cave that was dug out by the two-gate tooth beast. The reason why hundreds of orcs and goblins suddenly rushed out to encircle the rat men was because of this cave. Wugulu also brought his men and followed closely behind. However, before he walked into the cave, he grabbed a goblin from the ground and whispered a few words into his ear before throwing him back to the ground. The goblin who received the order immediately ran to the dye house and quickly picked up a large pile of burning wood. He then rushed into the nitrate workshop hidden by Raven Thief. Not long after, the goblins who had completed their mission returned to the team, accompanied by a series of coughs. In the darkness of the night, Raven Luxury's dye house was set ablaze. Many merchants and kobold residents who were not from the Tornado clan came out of their homes to watch the commotion while pointing their fingers in the direction of Raven Luxury. Due to the fact that they were still 7 to 8 kilometers away from the center of town and the poor roads in the mixed residential area, it would take some time for the firefighters from Thundertooth Town to arrive. It's that guy's dye house that caught fire. Serves you right. It's only a matter of time before those scoundrels get their comeuppance. Be careful with your words. But tonight, I'll treat you to a meal at the tavern. It's better to burn those rats to death. Ha ha ha. In the mixed residential area, other than the residents who did not mind watching the commotion, there was also a slightly serious conversation taking place at the same time. Gree, Devil's Gut, sat back on his big throne and looked at the scene of destruction through a magic mirror. The death of the Ratmen did not make him feel sad. He could just go out and bite them for a while to replenish their numbers. However, Gree knew that these bandits who had defeated the twin red sticks of the guild might have a bigger appetite. They might break through the encirclement tonight and come face to face with the bandits. Your men are not very capable, Raven, the guild master commented. Others might even think that they are cowards. Raven Hostel shifted his weight uneasily between his feet. Tonight, when he entered the audience room that he had been to countless times, he was no longer as calm as he used to be. It was not only because he had just escaped death, but also because he saw a clear picture of the dye house in the magic mirror. In other words, Gree had already known about this secret that he thought he had kept well hidden for a long time. Can't you do what we agreed on? Don't be too arrogant on the night of the full moon, and protect the guild's interests. Tonight, the guild's enemies are too strong. Raven Luxury could not help but play a trick. He stammered while defining the bandits who attacked him and his men as the guild's enemies. They can't. We haven't lost yet. Raven Luxury pretended to be anxious to get back at them. However, in his heart, he did hope that Gris could give him a chance and provide him with some support so that he could get rid of all the rat men who had slaughtered his underlings and trampled on his face. Gris was the one who had completely wiped out all of his troubles. Maybe you should go down and supervise them yourself. That way, your rats will do better, Gree said quietly. He did not say that he would let Raven solve the problem by himself, nor did he say that he would provide any help. However, the latter could not ignore the tone of the order or the threat. He bowed and rushed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. In fact, Gree was indeed a strict guildmaster, but even so, he could not put all the blame on the Ratmen. He was well aware of the details of the two groups of people who suddenly attacked Raven House Dye Shop tonight. That's right. When the head of the Ratmen thought that the mountain giants and the goblins were affiliated with Geller and the orc tribe that Geller had established, Gree had already recognized Ugulu, the bandit leader of the mountain giants, who had risen to fame in recent years. That was why he felt a little worried. If Gree and Ugulu joined forces just to deal with Raven Luxury, then it would be a little too much to think of this gold medal fighter of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. Gree felt that they might have other goals that were more valuable. For example, his Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. But he could not understand. Two bandit leaders who made a living in the wilderness, who gave them the courage to come to the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. It must be known that although this guild was not a large guild, in view of Gree past relationship, it was indeed an official guild organization registered with the Scale of Perpetual Order. In other words, it was protected by the Scale of Perpetual Order, and any attack on the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild was a provocation to the authority of the Scale of Perpetual Order. In the ash world, doing so was no different from committing suicide. Being able to make a living in the wilderness for many years without doing anything out of the ordinary, it was impossible that Gree and Ugulu did not know the rules. Could it be that they think that even if the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild were attacked and suffered losses, they would not dare to make it public and could only silently swallow this bitter fruit? Gree thought in his heart. He stroked the head of the imported leopard lying at his feet while speculating. Perhaps because he was too absorbed in his thoughts, he accidentally scratched his pet's ear. The leopard was somewhat unhappy and growled twice. Gree suddenly retracted his finger, avoiding the leopard's light bite. Immediately after, a short knife for cutting meat appeared in his hand, and with a poochie sound, it pierced into the leopard's nerve center, ending its life. Clap, clap. Gree clapped his hands, and soon a few servants ran in, seeing their master's gesture. They immediately worked together to lift the paralyzed leopard out. Not long after, a few more servants entered the audience room with sweeping tools and swiftly cleaned up the bloodstains and stains. Chapter 1064. Vogel Nosebites tugged at his beard, distractedly. He was getting hungrier and hungrier. The thought of the beer and stew of the others in the lounge upstairs made him salivate. He touched his stomach. After all, he had not eaten for 5 hourglasses. Well, other than a loaf of black bread and a piece of hard cheese with chopped ham that he had brought down. But to Vogel, that was equivalent to not eating at all. As the Tranquil One and Master of Thoughts, Panzer, he hoped that the foreman Nosebites, his grandfather, would arrange for a change of guard quickly. It was really cold and uncomfortable to stay in this sentry post. Of course, the Grey Dwarf would not be uncomfortable with the underground environment, but the underground warehouse of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild was too cold for the standard storage environment of reagents created by the cryogenic fluid. Besides, he could not light a fire to warm himself. He knew that his duty was simple and easy. The sentry post was set up in the wall of the underground warehouse. There was only a row of observation holes that allowed him to see the entire environment of the warehouse. All he had to do was keep his eyes open while on duty and use the Grey Dwarf's innate dark vision ability to ensure that there were no thieves in the warehouse, most likely the kind who would steal from the guards. If he found any thieves, he would blow the horn. It was simple as that. In a way, this was indeed a good job. How much trouble could there be in a cold warehouse under the headquarters of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild? Ever since the Nosebites minced a few rat men who had sneaked in, there had been no more trouble. All right, the fear of those scoundrels probably hasn't subsided yet, Vogel muttered to himself in the dark. At the same time, to drive away the rising chill, he picked up the bottle and took a swig of Bergman's dwarf beer. He burped to show his satisfaction. It was a completely peaceful day. Vogel even took a nap this afternoon. But he was sure that he did not miss anything. This was one of the few benefits of being on duty alone. He could spend his free time. Before he returned to the lounge upstairs, no other Grey Dwarves would bother him with drinks and stories. The atmosphere of solitude allowed him to think more clearly, which was actually very helpful for studying the path of psionic energy. Now that he had awakened from his nap, his dwarven eyes were brighter, and his dwarven ears picked up the faint warnings hidden in the depths of the earth. He was well equipped to detect any trouble. If there was anything out of the ordinary, such as the faint sound of running, the unknown hiss, or even the clashing of weapons like the one he had just heard, he would immediately notice it and react at any time. Wait, is there a sound? At first, Vogel shook his head, but he soon confirmed his judgment. Rumble, accompanied by the scattering fireworks, Vogel's snout was sent flying by an irresistible force. He crashed straight through the wall and knocked down rows of shelves that stored alchemy potions. Although gray dwarves were known for their strong bodies like dwarves, Vogel still hurt his muscles and bones when faced with the power of a crate of fire grenades exploding at the same time, even though there was a wall between them. Damn it, if someone tells me that this duty is very leisurely, I'll definitely scold him for being a bearded dwarf to his face. Just as Vogel's snout was struggling to get up, an unexpected longsword stabbed into his mouth and came out from the back of his head. Not only did this strike interrupt Vogel's attempt to arm himself with his psionic powers, Vogel's brain was not made of stone. It would be ridiculous if he blew the horn to alert the people upstairs when there was such a violent explosion. At the same time, this strike also sent the severely injured gray dwarf away completely. Vogel, in the underground warehouse of the Alchemist Guild, a roar that was as loud as the explosion just now suddenly rang out. The Grand Elder of the Snout clan, Snout, led the Snout Squad, made up entirely of his descendants, and rushed into the underground warehouse like a whirlwind. Then he saw a scene that shook him to his core and made him furious. Damned half-orc bastard, I'm going to split you in half from your ass to your head. Snout glared at the murderer of his grandson. Vogel, as he cursed, he swung his double-edged fine steel battle axe that was the size of half a door and rushed over. There were also a few gray dwarves from the Snout clan who surrounded him with swords, shields, or flintlocks. With Vogel's death, this matter had escalated from a guild matter to a personal grudge. Moreover, gray dwarves were not dwarves. They would not be naive enough to fight the enemy alone. Seeing the group of gray dwarves rushing towards him aggressively, Vogel turned and ran without a word. He even used the shelves in the underground warehouse to hide his figure, of course, because gray dwarves had night vision, and this half-orc was too big. It was not realistic to use the shelves to hide his figure. However, his real purpose was much simpler. He just wanted to find a place to hide. Rumble! The angry gray dwarves roared wildly, so they did not hear the hiss that Vogel had heard before his death coming from under the floor. Just as they were charging, an explosion like a volcanic eruption appeared under their feet. Like beans being fried in a hot pan, all the members of the Snout Squad, including Snout, were not only shaken by the flames and shockwaves spewing out from the ground, but also had their arms and legs broken or suffered serious burns. At this moment, many half-orcs swarmed out of the hole that Vogel had entered from, brandishing their weapons in an attempt to cut off the Snout Squad. The gray dwarves were immediately horrified. All the gray dwarves who were not seriously injured either supported or carried a relative on their shoulders as they ran towards the stairs of the underground warehouse with their short legs. Once they ran out of this ambush and gathered with the thugs and guards of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild upstairs, they would be able to launch a counterattack against these audacious half-orc bandits. Revenge was a dish best served cold for the gray dwarves. Moreover, it might not even take half an hourglass to assemble the team. There was no need for them to stay here and fight desperately. However, something that shocked them happened. A huge figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the big hole in the floor caused by the explosion. A burly hill giant stood up straight and leaped out of the hole. He landed with a bang in front of the members of the Snout Squad, who had rushed in and left in a hurry. Behind him, goblins that were only as tall as the hill giant's calf swarmed out of the hole in the floor like cockroaches crawling out of a drain. You came in a hurry and left in a hurry, my little deserts. Wugulu laughed wantonly. He was holding a mace made from the trunk of a jujube tree. He decorated the weapon with many spikes made from broken swords, although it didn't look very impressive. When combined with the strength of a giant, this spiked club was worthy of being called a nightmarish weapon. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the mace was obviously a long-handled weapon, but in the hand of the hill giant, it was like a short-handled weapon. The mace slashed through the air and smashed into a row of gray dwarves, sweeping away more than half a dozen Snout Squad. In the end, it even broke a few barrels filled with energy potions. Sorry, I didn't hold back. Wugulu smiled unkindly. He put the jujube tree mace to his mouth and took a bite of the gray dwarf's flesh hanging on the spikes. As he chewed, he revealed his bloody teeth and said to Vogel, who was walking over, "You'd better hold back." Vogel said in annoyance, "Don't you know? These barrels of energy potions are worth at least 7 or 8 gold drogos, and that's not including the price of the ointment essence you spilled on the ground." As he spoke, the Orc Khan bent down and picked up some thick green ointment from the ground with his fingers. He smeared it on his temples and neck. A cool feeling immediately spread from his limbs to the top of his head. The slight tiredness brought about by the several battles was swept away in an instant. "I don't know what you want to do, and I don't know what you are." Vogel took 2 steps forward and approached Wugulu. He lowered his voice and said, "But this time I'm here for money. If you block my way, we'll go our separate ways." Wugulu waved his hand, indicating that he would not be so reckless anymore. The hill giant-looking guy grinned. "Don't worry, my friend. You can let your subordinates start transporting the goods out of town now. I'll take these goblin minions and continue to rush to the Alchemist Guild's treasury. It doesn't matter if you treat me as a pawn or a true ally. It won't change my mind. See those half-finished moon candies piled up in the corner? They are our amulets. That Gris won't dare to make a big deal out of it, unless he wants to be targeted by the secret agents of the Scales of Eternal Order. Today we're here to make him suffer in silence, and at the same time, we're going to make a big profit. What do you say? My friend, shut up. I'll handle the alchemy potions. This is what we agreed on. After the exchange for silver cats, I'll split the profits with you." Vogel emphasized the agreement once again. He did not see any sign of regret in the hill giant-looking guy's eyes. He then continued, "Next, I'll let my people form a vanguard. You let those minions rush forward as the first wave of cannon fodder. My people will follow behind. You're right. It's not easy to come here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it big. To hell with that son of a bitch's devil's stomach. Let's empty his treasury. Let's see if his stomach can digest this big loss." Ha ha ha. Wugulu let out a long laugh. He then waved his hand and ordered the nearly 100 goblin minions who had gathered in the underground warehouse. "Did you hear what our ally and neighbor, Beastman Khan Gale, said? What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up your weapons and rush to your deaths. Of course, if you're lucky enough to survive, I'll reward each of you with 2 silver cats. It's enough for each of you to buy dozens of fat, roasted chickens. For the next month, you can eat to your heart's content. Eat one, throw one away. It doesn't matter." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.